Call to order the closed session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelejedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett is currently absent. Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. There's nobody in the audience. Is anyone online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
No one on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay. Could I get a motion to recess to the closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Could you read off what we're going to be talking about?
Yes, is
It's a
authorized.
much shorter list than last time.
Yes, is authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with real property negotiator. The properties are Quality Seafood, 100 and 130 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. Joe's Crab Shack, 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. California Surf Club, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APN 7503-029-903. Portion of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, a portion of APN 7503-029-900. Gold's Gym, 200 North Harbor Drive, a portion of APN 7503-034-024. Mondstadt Pier, 110 through 151 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-934. Fun Factory, 123 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. Fisherman's Wharf, 200 through 240 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-934. Pier Plaza, 103 through 131 West Torrance Boulevard, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. Kincaid's and Pad 2, 500 Fisherman's Wharf, a portion of APN 7505-002-933. And Basin 1, 208 Yacht Club Way, a portion of APN 7503-003-900. And item F2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The name of the case is Slater Waterproofing, Inc. versus City of Redondo Beach, Walker Consultants, Inc., DBA Walker Restoration Consultants, Sika Corporation, and rows 1 through 10 inclusive. Case number CIVRS 2501454. Thank you.
Okay, can we let the record show that Councilmember Barrett has joined us?
Yes, thank you.
And City Manager Witzinski, who will be talking to these items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items this evening, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. We will also have Greg Kapovich for both items F1 and F2, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. For F1, we will be joined by Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. And then for item F2, we will have Lauren Sablon, our City Engineer, as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to call the vote to recess to closed session. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. We will be recessing to closed session. We will come back on or about 6 o'clock this evening to report out on any items that we're supposed to report on, and then to go into the open session of the City Council. Thank you. session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijedovich. Here. Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light,
Here.
Abaji absent. Thank you.
Okay, City Manager, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Yes, we do, Mayor. One item this evening, as it pertains to the case listed under item F2, we did receive unanimous authorization from the City Council to have our city attorney and team defend the city in the matter.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn to our regular open meeting.
Motion. So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so that's 4-0. I'm going to call to order the open session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijedovich. Here. Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light,
Here.
Abaji absent. Thank you.
Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Okay, thank you. Now, if you could all rise to do the salute to the flag and then remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence. Councilmember Kalijedovich, I'm going to ask you to lead today since we don't have any kids in the audience.
All right, thank you for standing, removing hats, hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, you can be seated. Do you want to get a picture with the council?
Congratulations. Good job.
You did a great job.
Thank you. I'm glad I could perform on the spot. Just considering I should have had my kids down here, it would have been a better performance.
Okay, we're down to item D, the presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I will tell you, I did attend a meal with a contingent from our friendly city of Itoman, Japan, and met with a large contingent of them. They had a lot of their city council. The mayor of Itoman was there, and then representatives of the Japanese, of the Okinawan group that's in LA, and then the Chamber of Commerce that's in LA, and several of the the press from that reports on local Japanese issues. So that went well. I want to thank staff and my fellow councilman and my wife and Renee for all the work we put in for that visit. We had a great visit. Also appreciate the police and fire department doing what they did for the tours and things like that. They were very impressed and thankful for all we did for them. So appreciate everybody's work on that. We pulled together as a team. Well done. The city manager and I are on the SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments calendar to talk about housing. So we'll see how that goes. That's Thursday next week. We are having a World Cup internal meeting to discuss what we're going to request out of anyone who comes forward and wants to do an LA Cup watch party or World Cup watch party. So we're going to have an internal meeting to get our ducks in a row before we start negotiating with potential people who want to hold that watch party or sponsor it. Let's see, next Tuesday, I'm going to a Consul General of Mexico meeting in Hawthorne to meet with the Consul General. I think they want to largely talk about immigration and things like that. And then on Monday, I will be attending the RBUSD Back to School Rally. And that's all I had. Councilmember Barron, you want to?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I have nothing this week to announce.
Okay. Councilmember Kalijedovich?
Nothing except I will also be at the rally to kick off the school year. Couldn't be more excited. August 20th.
Councilmember Castle?
I also attended the dinner with the Itaban contingent that came to visit Redondo and had a great time with them on, I believe that was Friday night. And then actually last night I gave a presentation to the Port Royal membership meeting, and they also had a presentation from the Marine Mammal Care Center that was well received, and I actually put a short video presentation of the Marine Care Mammal Center's presentation on my social media, so if you'd like to take a look at that and get an update from them on what they've been doing and what they've accomplished.
Is that the fundraiser for Marine Mammal Care?
No, so they have the,
Because I've been invited to that.
on August 23rd, there's it's the Port Royal Yacht Club Bash that they're having that's a fundraiser in part for the Marine Care Mammal Center. But last night was just an update for their members about the success they had with the algae bloom in the spring, and then also inviting people to come take tours of their facilities that are available right now, just because they don't have a lot of patients in-house right now.
Okay,
And that's all I have.
Councilmember Waller.
As the mayor mentioned, I also was able to participate in many events with a delegation from our sister city, Itoman City. Got to have dinner with Mayor Tomei, the chairman of their Chamber of Commerce, Joey Uehara, as well as their vice chairman and a number of other of their directors. Saturday, we hosted them for a picnic in Veterans Park, and Monday, they came here for city tours and then went to lunch with our Chamber of Commerce at Slice and Pint. I'd also like to give a special thank you to Pat Light for all the work that she did and all the stress she went through working with them on that. Last week, I met with members of the city staff from Torrance, two of their city council members, to discuss truck routes and had a very positive discussion. Torrance does have some asks as well, and the process may be slow, but I am hopeful to have a positive outcome for the residents of Redondo Beach. Also note that we got the results of the 2024-2025 assessment roll, and the city of Redondo Beach saw a 3.9% increase in property valuation, bringing us to a total valuation of just over $23.6 billion. And then finally, my next community meeting will be in person at the Veterans Park Senior Center on August 27th from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Can you show that Councilmember Obaji has joined us?
Yes.
And with that, you have the floor for proclamations and announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you to RVPD and RVFD for a great national night out. I got to swing by there, and I followed Chief Hoffman in the dunk tank. It was super fun. I saw Division Chief Reagan suited up for the dunk tank. He went right after me. And I saw Captain Martinez suited up for the dunk tank in his dunk tank uniform. So it was great fun. A lot of kids had a lot of fun dunking the Redondo Beach celebrities. And I got to see Councilmember Waller there too, so that was great. I want to say thank you. If we could share 2B, please. Thank you to, is that showing? Let's see, do it again.
Yes, which one is it?
2B.
2B, okay.
Public Works, Mark Garlock, because they put in these brand new, beautiful basketball courts, basketball rims at the General Eaton Jr. Parquet in North Redondo, District 4. In addition, they put in these brand new green fences, which are a beautiful replacement of the old rusted, rundown fences that were there. In addition, this is going back a couple weeks, but I didn't get to announce it. Thank you to the team. It was Jerry Galvez and Joe Fatolo for this. This is a terrible concrete pad next to Wiley Sump that had been like this for over 4 years. Somebody complained. I reminded Public Works, hey, we really need to get on top of this. And that week, they repaved it, and the residents were so happy. So thank you so much. It's just showing how responsive our Public Works Department is to the desires and needs of the residents. And lastly, I didn't get to upload the picture, but the progress on the North Redondo Beach bike path is amazing. It's going on right now, and you can see that they've developed a meandering pathway there, which actually I will be able to put up on the screen here. Let's see if it pops up. Here we go. You can see the meandering path, and on the other side, you can see where they've also put in the walkway. So it's going to be beautiful and a wonderful extension of the bike path there. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. With that, we'll go down to item E. Does anyone wish to change the order of the agenda tonight? Okay, then can I get a motion to,
You know what, Mayor, can I make an amendment, please,
yeah,
to the order? Can we move N3 ahead of N1, please?
Second.
Is that right? Let me see. N3, yeah. Thank you.
oh, okay, because of your, okay. So we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, so we're moving N3 in front of N1. Okay, blue folder. Do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, we have 3 blue folder items. J1, public participation of non-agenda items, and 1, discussion and possible action on the installation of pickleball courts at the Alta Vista Park and approval of a CEQA exemption declaration for the project. P1, Mayor Light's appointment recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to the consent calendar. Does anyone on the council wish to pull any of the 5 items on the consent calendar this week?
I don't want to pull anything, but I would like to at least note that item H4 shows our great partnership we have with the school district. They're only charging the city $10,000 for a full year of the city's after-school program held on all 8 of their elementary school sites, which works out to $125 per month per site.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Is that a program that services the RVUSD students?
It services all students in Redondo Beach.
All of our students are USD students.
Okay, just making sure.
Anyone else anybody wish to pull anything? No. Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to pass the consent calendar, H1 through H5.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before I call the vote, would anyone wish to opine anyone from the public wish to address the council on H1 through H5? Anyone online?
There's 3 attendees online, but no one has raised their hand, and there's no e-comments at this time.
Okay, so I'll call the vote. Everyone for approving H1 through H5, give me your aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Is there anything you need to read?
No.
Okay, so there are no, if you're following on the agenda, there are no excluded consent calendar items. Now we'll be going to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment to the council on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. I will take written requests first. Do we have any?
No.
No written requests, okay.
No.
So anyone in the audience wish to address the city council on non-agenda items?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I have fun living in the South Bay, enjoying the summer and everything. I wish more people would do it because the places I visit when me and my wife had fun when we were young, it's almost deserted. So, but the other thing that brings me here, you're disgusting people of the city of Redondo Beach, and especially the South Redondo Beach community. The South Redondo Beach community webpage. As probably everybody knows in the South Bay, I did a little bit of, First Amendment audit. I was making video how people, law-abiding citizens of Redondo Beach, reacts to a camera of a person. And I also was filming the cameras, what they eat under. So that's a very sad thing. People find this disgusting, and they blessed me on that page, you know, page after page after page, they calling the citizens of Redondo Beach to gang up on me and take me out, vandalize my house, my property, because me, a disgusting piece of shit, should be stopped because the police killed DeAndre Mitchell, you know, a black guy. They don't kill me because I'm a white guy. Or they talk about here the Redondo Beach police and the Torrance police and so on. And I find this rather disgusting. Giving out my real name, giving out my residence, giving out my personal information because I was holding a camera, constitutionally protected activity to film in public. And the disgusting people of the city of Redondo Beach goes on and page after page after page after page. And one of this lady, Laura Livingston Fernandez, wife of a Redondo Beach fire captain, is the leader of this thing. Laura Livingston.
Can you keep your comments to stuff that's under
Yes.
our jurisdiction? We don't control Facebook. We don't control
Yeah,
Facebook.
but you might control Laura Livingston Fernandez, the wife of Captain Fernandez, Redondo Beach fire captain. I don't want to give out his name and BS, but if this page doesn't come down, I will. I will expose you, him, and everybody who doesn't do anything about
Thank
this.
you. Your time's up.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
There's no hands raised on Zoom, and there's no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to item N. We have no public hearings, so, and no items from a previous agenda, so we're going down to item N, items for discussion prior to action. Per Councilmember Obaji's request, we're moving N3 ahead of the other items under N. So with that, can we get into N3? I think Jane is the speaker. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. The item before you is a discussion and possible action on the hiring of a consultant to conduct a public opinion survey on the city's commercial retail cannabis regulatory program and the potential solicitation of commercial retail cannabis permit applications. For tonight's presentation, I will provide a brief background, go over a proposal we received, outline City Council participation, and then conclude with staff's recommendations. To provide a brief background, in March 2025, early this year, the City Council codified the Commercial Retail Cannabis Regulatory Program, which gave the city discretion in deciding whether to invite applications for commercial retail cannabis permits. On July 1st, 2025, the City Council considered initiating the permit application process and releasing a request for commercial retail cannabis applications, or the RFA. Following the discussion, the City Council directed staff to engage a public opinion research firm to survey residents before reconsidering the release of the RFA. The city solicited a proposal from FM3, a highly regarded firm known for delivering statistically valid surveys. It is also the firm the city used for public opinion work related to the city's consideration of a public safety facilities improvement bond, later known as Measure FP. FM3 proposes to conduct both phone and online interviews in English and Spanish for an average length of 15 minutes per interview. The table on the slide above shows the different pricing depending on the sample size and audience type the city wishes to interview. Staff recommendation is to survey a sample size of 500 residents ages 18 and above for the total cost of $38,750. Staff recommends this because the decision before the City Council does not involve a ballot measure, and serving residents rather than voters would provide a more accurate reflection of community sentiment. Oh, and I forgot to add, moreover, the sample size of 500 would yield a lower margin of error than a smaller sample size, enhancing the reliability of the results. In addition to confirming the preferred audience and sample size of the survey, staff is seeking direction from the City Council on its desired level of involvement in developing the survey questionnaire. Council participation can range from full engagement to no involvement. Full involvement entails City Council proposing topics, assisting with drafting questions, and reviewing the final questionnaire. No involvement would allow FM3 to develop the survey independently with input from city staff and no formal review by the council. Staff welcomes guidance on how the City Council would like to participate to ensure the process aligns with expectations. So therefore, staff recommends the following. Direct staff to prepare a contract with FM3 to survey 500 residents ages 18 and over for a total cost of $38,750 and prepare a corresponding budget resolution to appropriate funding for this work and provide direction on the city's council desired level of participation in developing the survey questions. This formally concludes staff's presentation. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Richard Bernard, a partner at FM3, who is here to assist in answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to that, this requires a 4/5 vote, correct? Because it's a budget.
Correct, for the budget resolution.
Yes, and we would bring that back, presumably, depending on the council's direction on sample size and target audience, whether it's registered voters or residents, which has, as you see in the chart, differing pricing. We would come back with a proposed contract next week and a proposed budget resolution that would provide the council an opportunity to appropriate the funds needed to cover the cost of the survey.
So we don't need the 4/5 tonight.
We'll need it next week when we, if and when we bring the reso back.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Obaji, you've got your hand up.
Sir, did you assist the city in conducting the survey for our police and fire station bond, our public safety infrastructure bond?
I did.
Okay. So in that circumstance, we came to FM3 and we said, hey, we want to adduce the willingness of the residents of Redondo Beach to support a bond for infrastructure, right?
Correct.
And then you came up with the questions and provided us with the results of, and the scope of how many people to ask, right?
Correct.
And then you came back to us with the responses, right?
Correct.
All right. And when you came back with the responses, you had a whole litany of maybe like half dozen questions that you provided responses to, or that you posed to the residents, despite the fact that we had just a question about one thing, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in this circumstance, we have a question about one thing, which is whether we should start the licensure process to permit 2 cannabis stores, up to 2 stores, to open up here in Redondo Beach. Besides asking that specific question, what do you anticipate, asking the public about to adduce their willingness to have us to undertake that action?
Sure, I appreciate the question. I'll start by saying I don't want to get ahead of the council, and I understand in the options that were presented, one of the options, or many of the options, would be that the council would have participation in drafting the questions. So I want to be really clear. I understand that is a possibility, and before I answer, I want you to know I recognize that. What I can envision, we've done this in other cities at various levels. Some cities hadn't gone as far as you folks, and they just wanted to get the temperature of the level of support. We would educate folks from both sides to give them understanding of people who may support going through with what you potentially may move forward with, and those who oppose it, so that you get a true flavor if they're educated, because some folks are not following the deliberations over the last year or so on what you intend to do. And so we're providing an opportunity to give them some information and then have them
react to that information.
So you'd provide information like we had a task force for 8 years developing the current ordinance. Some information about the current ordinance that we've passed.
That could be some, and the pros and cons of having those kinds of activities in the city. I don't want to go,
Right,
I don't want to
okay.
move ahead of you folks, right? You have certain things, you're running the city and I'm not, so I want to be reflective of your community. But we have found, and then we, without writing it in front of your eyes, I would propose that we would ask some kind of basic question, and then half the sample would hear what supporters might say, and then we'd re-ask that question, and then hear what opponents might say, and re-ask the question. Conversely, again, asking that one basic question up front, and then having opponents get a first chance to speak, re-asking the question, and then the supporters, and then re-asking the question, to have a very fair and balanced discussion, so it would give you a sense at the end of the day, do you have the support of your community? And then that would be an important data point as you move forward to decide what you choose to do.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
So I've been involved with surveys before, and one of the things that I was taught was that we don't want to be too involved and lead the discussion. So we want to find out what people think without leading them and saying, well, we're looking for a certain outcome, so let's go off and get this. So I would, looking at the participation levels and all that, either no participation or moderate participation, with the participation being the direction that we want to make sure that you are educating the public so that they understand the issue well enough to be able to make the decision, as opposed to just, do you like cannabis, yes or no? It's got to be very specific, and I trust that that's what you do professionally, and I don't want to be the person telling you how to do your job, because if I do too much of that, then number one, it removes the reason to have you, but number two, I think it would color the results that you get out if it ends up being something that this body puts out. So my thought there, it's not a question for you necessarily here, but the question would be, how reliable would the results be if the council did give you strong direction of which questions to ask and things like that?
Well, I've been doing this for 23 years, and involvement is a degree. And so for some councils, they want to see X question, specific. And for others, they sort of give me a general flavor like you've just done. In other words, you want this to be unbiased. You want to make sure that your community is educated, but also gets a well-rounded education from all sides so that they can come up with the selection or their choice that they think is appropriate in their own opinion. And that, I guess, is intended to help guide you folks. So, it goes from the gamut. And I can work certainly with council. The one thing I would discourage is that we bring questions to a public Brown Act meeting, because then it will bias the results, because people will know the questions and anticipate them. So that's, to me, the extreme that I would strongly encourage that we don't do. That would be poor. That would be poor research development, I would say.
Thank you.
So where do you stand on 400 or 500, or whether it's voters or the general public?
Definitely should be general public, not just the voters, because we're looking for what the public wants in this case. 400 versus 500, the margin of error is actually a pretty small difference between the two, but I wouldn't have a problem with 500.
As a percentage, it's pretty big.
Yeah, well.
Between the two.
4.9 versus 4.4, it's the margin of error, diminishing returns the more you go.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji? Oh, Barrett, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Bernard, for being here and for coming in person. We don't always have that privilege, so.
I'm close. I'm happy to do it.
Okay. looking back in time when we discussed this issue, and Councilmember Waller, I thought, made a motion that was well taken to discuss. My understanding of the idea is to get an answer to the question that's never been asked of those folks in our community who are registered to vote in the first place, right? Because we didn't ask them. Do you want retail storefront cannabis shops in Redondo Beach? Yes or no? And what I'm hearing tonight is that what's being proposed is more of a kind of a presentation of pros and cons to residents, maybe a little bit of shaping and educating. And that's kind of not what I envisioned. And that's, you do very scientific work. We were very pleased with what you did on FP. It's sort of a different animal, at least to me, on FP. And we're getting an idea of, hey, could we pass this? What percentage? Should we do 100 million? Should we keep it at 50? So rightfully, you're kind of digging in there and prodding and pushing. And what about, I see this as completely different. Okay. The registered voters in our city, those who are engaged, want retail storefront cannabis shops in their neighborhood, yes or no? And so that's not to say engaging you and your firm couldn't get that done. I'm wondering if maybe it's kind of misdirected a little bit, and that's no criticism on you. I would also say, with respect to if the council was to vote in favor of this going forward in the forfeits vote, you did mention, and I thought it was an astute point in your report, that if you're going to do a survey for this project, we would recommend surveying a sample of registered voters in Redondo Beach. This will provide data on residents who tend to be somewhat more politically engaged than residents who are not registered to vote. And it is a more cost-efficient option than surveying a sample of all adult residents ages 18 or over, and it is. And that kind of resonated with me a little bit. Because in this day and age, to be registered to vote, I think you almost have to like opt out. You know, you don't check the box on the DMV form. And, you know, if someone's not willing to even register to vote in the first place, and I know there's some obstacles to that, you know, some folks coming out of incarceration, they paid their time and what have you, but long story short, if you're not even willing to engage in our process, register to vote, you shouldn't be driving policy with this council through a poll. And so I would be really reluctant to open it up and skew, in my words, not yours, although you did agree, a sample of anything other than registered voters on that. So those are kind of my initial thoughts. I would be remiss were I not to be upfront. I don't think the timing's right for this. I've been consistent on it. We're having the discussion. We agreed to do that. Here we are tonight. You know, now we've got to the point where it's, you know, going to be a forfeits vote, and we've got 75,000 in the kitty, so to speak. We're going to chop that in half if we do this. I don't know what the PERS numbers are going to be coming out of this thing at mid-year. We're hoping it's positive. Long story short on that, I'm not persuaded that we should even be doing this exercise at this time, and instead we should come back at a later time, next year, mid-year, next strategic planning session to move forward. So those are just my personal thoughts. I wanted to get that out there, and I thank you, Mayor, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
I don't have any more questions. If anybody else has questions for Dr. Bernard, go for it.
So I just had a couple of points. I mean, I think you hear the differences between the council members up here as to what the question is. In my most recent newsletter, I actually did an informal survey on my own, and I was very specific with the question because I had been getting comments from different residents and voters about cannabis. Some were for, some were against, some thought we were going to have shops on every corner. But in District 2, as opposed to what Councilmember Barrett just said, do they want cannabis in their neighborhood? Well, in District 2, because of the number of
schools, there only are about 3 or 4 locations where we could have it, just given the number of schools. So from a practical standpoint, it most likely in South Redondo won't be in District 2. So then the question was, would you be, opposed to having one shop in South Redondo, and it's most likely not going to be in District 2. So there are lots of questions that can be answered, and the public is answering very different questions. So I think giving them some education and then finding out the specific answer to the specific question about the retail is important. I think we need to, do the survey of 500, and I would say to the public residents, because again, I think it impacts people more than just the registered voters. So that would be, my position on it. And I would go with letting you design the questions, but with it, with it in mind that people are answering a lot of different questions when you say, do you want this or do you not? And that's driven by a lot of their own preconceived notions.
How'd your survey come out?
So my survey came out, I had about a 4% response rate, and it came out in a tie. Roughly about 35% of people were for it, 35 were against it, and 30% in the middle. So, after all of that, it was split. So clear as mud. So I will go with your formal survey and your 23 years of experience to get some clarification on it for us.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I thank you for the work that you did on FP, super helpful in decision-making up here. I just had one question in light of some of the comments up here. Why were you suggesting registered voters as opposed to residents? Just give context.
Sure. Well, one, we could do both, so I want to be clear on that. A couple of reasons. One is the issue of civically engaged, which was mentioned. One of the other reasons is you have a high percentage of residents who are registered to vote. I was looking at the population counts of the adults 18 plus, and it varies online, so it's not exact. But I also looked at the number of registered voters, and you have, a little bit more than 9 in every 10 adults who are registered to vote. So there is a high interest in civic engagement, and so I thought, maybe it saves a little bit of taxpayer dollars. I don't want to minimize the importance of residents who are not registered to vote. At one point, I had a green card, and while I took civics very important, I mean, this is my job. I came from another country, and I now am blessed to be a citizen of this country, but at that time, I couldn't vote. So there are people who are engaged, but for legal reasons can't register to vote. So we thought, for financial, and we thought for the civically engaged. And the other reason is because we have registered voters, we have information from their voter file, which allows us to get a little bit more real estate on substantive questions rather than asking like age. We know their age on the voter file. Otherwise, we have to ask age because we have to make sure that the respondents mirror the demographics of the community, right? It's not helpful.
It eats into some of the time that you have with these.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So for all those reasons, but again, I can do both, and I see the merits of both. Okay. So if that's helpful.
That was the only question I had for him.
Okay, did you want the floor back, Councilmember Abadi?
Yeah, but I don't have any more questions for Dr. Bernard. Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions?
I guess a sort of a follow-up based on Councilmember Barron's question, I guess, or statement saying, if we're asking residents one question, do you want retail storefront cannabis, yes or no? Is that a valid survey, or is a valid survey one where you do the education and you explain to people it would be under these circumstances and this is how it works? That's kind of, that's the reason why we would, in my mind, right, why I made the motion and I asked to hire you, but I'd like to hear from you.
So I guess I look at that question as, do we need 15 minutes to ask them a simple question, do you want it or not, right? And well, first of all, you would want some demographics to make sure it's representative of the community, so that eats a little time up. But the question I would have is, do you feel, and you will know this better than me, you know this community better, do you feel that people are well-versed in this policy you intend to consider? If you feel over the last year you've been talking about this, people have been engaged, they come to the council meetings, you interact with your community, and you feel, yes, In your survey where they were mixed, is it possible some of them just said, I don't know enough to offer an opinion, and that's why you got a third, and a third? Because they couldn't say yes or no, because it's more nuanced than that. You've been incredibly thoughtful in how you've put together this plan, and it didn't just come like yes or no. You were looking at the locations, how it wouldn't be close to schools, how it wouldn't be close to residential neighborhoods. It all went into consideration. Is it, and this is a question for you, it's not an answer for me, is that knowing that one item without knowing the background and how you got there, is that sufficient for people to have the information to make that claim? That's the question I would ask you. If you feel it is, then your question is very valid. It's like yay or nay, and that's it. Yeah. But I can't answer that. I'm just happy to help if I can. That's it.
Yay or nay?
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Can I follow up to that?
You have another follow-up?
Well, just to follow up to your
Sure.
point, I think if you ask someone, do they want retail cannabis? I think a lot of people would say no, because I don't want it next door to me. And so they don't understand what's in the actual ordinance that was passed unanimously by the council. So I think there is some education needed for them to understand the exact question and the impact on them that it would have. So I would lean more toward the education type of survey.
Okay, thank you. Council, thank you. Sure. Councilmember Baji?
Sure. So thank you, Dr. Bernard, for being here. I kind of disagree with Councilmember Barron. I appreciate your opposition to going forward with the cannabis RFA, RFI, the application process. I understand your willingness to oppose this thing, cannabis from advancing at all in Redondo Beach. But I also recognize that the residents passed a cannabis tax of over 75 or 72%. They were signing catalyst papers around the city in huge numbers. And so the question does need to be posed. And there is a big difference between cannabis retail in the city that is not taxed at all and is available in unlimited supply, unlimited number of smoke shops, versus two, subject to a cannabis tax that we set that would go to the general fund and help enforcement for cannabis, tobacco, anything and everything else that we need in the city. So I do think that there is some bit of education. In addition, I don't think just if we limited it to registered voters, that we would get the most engaged, knowledgeable people, because our voter participation rate is about 25% in our municipal elections. It's not some huge numbers. So even registered voters would need to be educated as to what the council has done to over 8 years with a task force that involved police and community. And this ordinance that we ultimately came up with that has become the model for our other ordinances. So I would favor going to, and I agree with exactly what the doctor said relative to non-registered voters. When I've walked around during campaigns and seen people on the curb, outside their house playing with their kids, and I've asked them, hey, you registered to vote? Oh no, I'm a green card holder. I'm not a citizen. That is a common thing here in Redondo Beach. So I do think that their voice matters as well. So I would make a motion to move forward with 500 interviews of residents and minimal to no participation of council. FM3 did their job well before for us on Measure FP. I'm sure they can do their job well again here to adduce for us the interests of Redondo residents in having up to no more than 2 cannabis stores under our current ordinance that we passed with the unanimous support of council to sell retail cannabis to people who are over 18 years of age, subject to a cannabis tax that the residents approved.
I second.
And so before we do that, that is to direct staff to come back with a contract reflecting those terms, correct?
Yes.
And to come back with a budget resolution.
Yes.
That's what I seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, I will. First, I guess I'll make a substitute motion because I do think that FM3 is the right group for the job. And I think that I think having a survey is a great measure of sentiment. It gives opportunity for education. And I'm for the 500 registered voters, because I think it's a big swath. And I guess given the expertise and the comments that Doctor had made about that. But I would say that with that, I would like to hold off on the implementation of this survey, only because I don't think we're there yet. I think that there's a couple things. Our budget has given us $75,000 as a balance. This eats into a very big chunk of that. And we have focus on two big things for our strategic plan: Measure FP implementation and economic focus for the city. I think for this to be successful, some of the things that have come up in the news, the issues with this industry, you can say, taxation, sure, but the illegal activity, the illegal markets that are surrounding them are not helping them. So I would like to hold off on this until we can prove to the residents that we can do a proper job of enforcement, that we can implement this safely should we decide to do that, and also give the opportunity to these future businesses to give them the environment that they can be the most successful in. So my motion would be to hold off on this until at least mid-year when we discuss it and have a better idea of our economic status, as well as what have we made as far as progress in enforcement with the existing illegal sales in our city. Motion.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion?
Yeah, I'm inclined to second. I may hear from the public first before we go too much further, and I'll be back on that if it's okay.
Okay, you have the floor next. Did you want to?
Wait to hear from whomever may be in person or on the phone.
Okay, we have two cards. First, Melissa Deschamps, and then Jim Mueller.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City staff. I concur. School cannot come soon enough. Having kids at home in the summer is not for the faint of heart. I want to thank you all, the City Council and the staff, for moving forward with this survey. I think it's a really important thing to assess where residents are. And again, I want to be the voice of the health and safety of our kids and public health. I work in public health. I also work in the private sector. I work in biotech, and I'm a scientist, a parent of a high school student. I'm also a District 1 resident, where this will invariably end up in District 1. I want to say that opinion and anecdote are not fact nor data. You hear me say this all the time. The only thing better than data is better data, and that data informs policy. Right now, the cannabis industry is woefully unable to regulate their own market. There is a pesticide issue that is a public health issue, has not been resolved. As of last Thursday, on a call with the Department of Cannabis Control, this is an ongoing issue. It's a public health issue. Other cities have taken action. They've suggested that the Department of Cannabis Control should not be regulating cannabis. This is an issue that concerns me for anyone who has health issues, for our youth, et cetera. And the reality is that retail cannabis normalizes cannabis for youth, period. That is peer-reviewed data collected this year in San Francisco, collected last year in Los Angeles and San Francisco. That is the reality. The same way that our smoke shops normalize use of all of those products for our kids. They see them, they know what's in them, and enforcement for smoke shops is woefully woeful. I'll leave it at that. IDs in peer-reviewed data show that they're checked 30% of the time for kids going in there. There's a smoke shop that has pictures, I've said this before, of a middle school principal to remind the kids that they're watching. I absolutely applaud the city wholeheartedly on everything that you've done with regards to starting the process for enforcing smoke shops. I think it's fantastic. They're so dangerous for our kids, but the city is not there yet. And I wholeheartedly agree with our District 3 council member suggesting that we wait and get that under control, because that is a real public health issue. Thank you again for all your efforts. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Okay, Jim Mueller, and that's the last card I have.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. It's always a privilege to address you. I'm in favor of a survey up or down retail cannabis shops. Now, how hard is that to understand? But please, Council, assure it's unbiased and surveys those most likely to have shown solid community interest, at least registered voters. There are two issues to consider with the city manager's proposed survey project. FM3 states they will ensure fair and balanced assessments. However, their history, marketing language, selective success examples they present create a reasonable perception that they are biased towards supporting cannabis retail. And in the presentation the good doctor gave, there's plenty of opportunity for creating bias in this type of survey. Further, FM3's proposed cost is much more than the average cost of a comparable interview survey of 500 subjects by other established survey organizations. What special conditions or methods will they be employing that runs up the cost? Well, I think you heard them describe how they will educate the voters. I suggest the city find a surveying organization that will deliver assuredly unbiased results at a lower cost. Furthermore, the city budget is tight. Why commit funds to this single issue so early in the fiscal year when other more urgent needs are sure to arise? What's the rush? Do you think a cannabis store will be up and paying taxes before next June? The council may want to think again. Timothy Dodd, CEO of Sweet Flower, one of the most vocal candidates for a Redondo store, stated recently that the added costs, new taxes, and regulations severely strain retailers' viability and may push retailers to unlicensed activity. Dodd has appeared before you several times saying, very sweetly, what a responsible citizen he will be. Now, here he is threatening illegal activity. The mid and low-end sellers are under strain. Some, like Mad Men, went bankrupt. High-end retailers are profitable now, but higher prices make illegal sellers even more attractive. Even worse, the Trump administration is considering declassifying cannabis, removing the last restraint on unlicensed trafficking and further legitimizing sale and use of this drug. And if we say that we want this in our community in any way, we are, in essence, condoning that type of activity for not only our innocent children, but for the regular citizens. I propose that the council redirect the city's development focus to untainted and family-friendly tax revenue sources in Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item?
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, people who are here, and people who are listening. First of all, I think we should go forward with this. I think it should be 500 people. I think it should be all residents. And I think that the city council, in order to keep it non-political, the city council should have the least amount of connection to this, because it is political. And you can see it's even political where all of a sudden, I mean, we need the education. All of a sudden the smoke shops are coming into this, and that's what's happening is people are going, oh, cannabis shops, smoke shops. So they're correlating the two, which they are different animals. You know, as far as youth safety, you know, the black market, as I have said many, many times before, the black market sells whatever they can sell to children. And by not having legal dispensaries, you are inviting the black market to be selling tainted product and all kinds of products to children. And also, as I brought up before, and with my 25 years of online child protection technology, you're also exposing the kids to the possibility of sex trafficking, because these illegal people, the black market will sell anybody to anybody, anything to anybody. And so that it is safety for our community to have these designated smoke shops that dispensaries that kids cannot go into. And that is all set up. So I'm really concerned about, I brought this up before, as far as the economics. We know that these shops will bring in about about $500,000 of tax money. And that we really need in our city. Instead of spending money on parks that that are now being fenced off because we've done them incorrectly, to be able to spend $38,000 to make sure that we're getting this right, I think is very important. And also, if you do just a yes or no, in most surveys and even in a ballot measure or anything, it's much easier for people just to say no if there's one question, based on how it is written. So I think it's very important how it is written. So I agree with Brad Waller, and thank you very much for understanding that, and just ask you to move forward, and let's get this done. It's been 8 years. Let's move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko. I didn't expect that we'd come back here so quickly to discuss this topic, but a couple of cautions that I'd like for you to consider here maybe tonight. I understand that we are trying to be as prudent as we can with our budget. It's also my understanding that the surveyor that has been brought here before us tonight was someone that was chosen either by staff or otherwise, and we did not have an RFP, RFQ, whatever you want to call it, for others to be able to quote us and see if we can be even more fiscally responsible about who we choose. But I'd like to ask, if that's the case, why is that? Secondly, I don't know this for a fact, but if you have the opportunity to ask it here tonight, I would encourage it. Similar to how we've had consultants in the past, we tried to avoid the impropriety of what it would look like with some of the connections they might have with the industry and so forth. It's my understanding that this firm itself was also hired by the Prop 64 campaign, and the campaign manager for Prop 64 is actually someone that has come here to this city and has already said that they intend to apply in our city here. So if there is any connections like that here, I would like you to consider that, and it might be better to go with a third party that doesn't have potential conflicts such as that. I do support Councilmember Kolodziejowic's opinion on this. I don't think this is right at this time. Nothing has changed in the industry. We still have an ongoing problem with the testing. We have ongoing problems with enforcement. We have serious problems when it comes to taxation as well. You may have seen it, but just in case you haven't, there have been a couple articles since the last time we met. One recently in the Los Angeles Times that was titled, LA marijuana businesses will pay higher fees as the industry struggles. LA, I've already told you before that they've gone on record and said that they are about $300 million behind in fees and taxes from their operators. That's something the city is now having to deal with and increasing fees accordingly. Secondly, there was another article at SF Gate that was kind of referenced a little bit earlier here. As mentioned previously, another operator that intends to apply in our city here, Timothy Dodd, had been quoted within that article saying, in the current state of affairs, you could argue that cannabis operators are better off operating without a license. This is what we're dealing with here. The people that have come here have said that they intend to apply here are all acknowledging out of the other side of their mouth that this is a horrible situation, and they don't know how to cover their own butts on this stuff forward for it, so they still keep putting the face forward on here. Nothing has changed. I think it is a prudent thing for us to hold on this for right now, see how our finances are later on. We still have several bills in the legislature to deal with taxes as well too. We should see what happens on a state level amongst that as well as with the testing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchop. I'm a resident of Torrance, and I was happy when the city of Torrance years ago rejected the idea to have any store in the city. On the other hand, I'm not a voter in Redondo Beach, but I just would like to let you know, all the people, or 90% of the people who comes in, takes their time to show up here, they voted against cannabis or whatever you call it. And in my opinion and our extended family experience, for certain people, cannabis and drugs do tremendous damage, and those people and families try to get their kid off drugs, spending tens and tens of thousands of dollars and not hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to get their kids off drugs. And that was an interesting thing what Mr. Kesso said about his survey, because we're talking about the survey now exactly. Did you say that 4% return on the survey? So you want to spend $38,000 on 500 people, where like 40 people going to answer? That's what you guys doing. And this thing is going on 8 years. 8 years, and you hear to spending more money on a survey. It's going to end before you die. It's not going to be done nothing before you die. And we have drug pushers here, suspended lawyers here pushing for cannabis. You admit that there at the beach festival, everybody can smoke, drink, whatever they want, every drug, whatever they want. Young people, adult people, everybody. How many drug-related arrests was made on the beach festival? When you admitted people were smoking, drinking freely, underage kids. How many arrests the police made? How many? How many? How are you going to enforce anything here? How are you going to compete with illegal sales when somebody has to pay taxes, somebody has to pay a retail store, somebody has to pay a lease, somebody has to pay employees, health insurance and all that? How are you going to compete with that? How do you compete with illegal drug sales? How do you do that? How many drug dealers were arrested in the city of Redondo Beach? How many? Why don't you put that on a survey? Everybody smoking, everybody this, and none of them was arrested. Thank you, sir, for letting me speak.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Okay. We have Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, I just wanted a couple of things. First, I think that a straight yes or no, up and down question is fine. Sort of similar to what you do with a ballot initiative. Read the initiative because that's what they're going to see and try to get a yes or no. Secondly, I'm in favor of only registered voters. They're the ones who voted for the tax. I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to dilute the opinion poll at this stage. Third thing, don't overestimate your revenue. I recently read that the city of San Diego is going to take in about 50% as much weed tax revenue in the current year as they did in 2019 or 20. So, this is San Diego is a more developed market, and it's selling a whole lot less weed apparently. So, I wouldn't be thinking it's going to be $500,000 in taxes if it follows, maybe it's only a couple $100,000. Not saying that isn't real money, but on the other hand, I don't know that I would escalate this. So I would also recommend waiting till later in the year to field the interviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We have Maricela Guillermo.
Marcy?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, City Council member, and everyone in the audience. Wanted to say that I agree with City Council member from District 5 and District 3. I completely disagree with Mrs. Joan Irvine. Obviously, she is biased. I also completely, the question I have is how many arrests has the police done during the beach festival? Many of you and city council members have said that they have seen the use of marijuana during these festivals. So how many have we arrested? How many tickets have we given? I would like to know that. Also, the residents have opposed time and time and time again. We are paying our property taxes for the police and fire, for the school, for the previous bond for the school. And we are saying to you respectfully, please hold on to it. Wait on this. If we want to really do it well, let's do a ballot measure. Many of you have been involved with initiatives in the past, and you know better than me how that works. So I respectfully, please wait, and let's don't ever use this company to do the survey in our city because they've been involved with Proposition 64. That's a conflict of interest. To just not have a real request for proposals from open market and select the best consultant, that to me is a red flag. And so just listen to the people who come to the city council chambers and call you time and time again to oppose. Please listen to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There are no more hands raised, and there are 2 e-comments and a post.
Okay, thank you.
All right, may I resume?
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So the point of the exercise of potentially doing a survey is to, at least as we discussed it previously, to assist council members in deciding whether to move forward with an RFA right now or at some point in the future. And I think it was made clear at our last meeting from other council members, no one's saying that this single piece of data is going to be what people vote in favor for on the council. No one has said, you know, hey, whatever the survey says, that's what I'm voting. It's to be clear for everybody in the public, this is one piece of data. It's sort of the good point I thought raised by, amongst others, Councilmember Kaladerovich is, do we do the spend now and do the survey now, or do we do it at mid-year at a later point? So if Councilmember Waller, if I could ask you directly, do you have a preference? Do you want to do the survey now if we are going to do a survey? Do you want to wait for reasons that Councilmember Kaladerovich mentioned, December? What's your...
I'd like to do it now.
You want to do it
but that doesn't mean that I would, suffer irreparably if it had to wait, if that's the will of the council.
Okay. Fair point. And Councilmember Castle, you've made some good points. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think, in terms of doing it now versus, mid-year, we're just a couple of months away. I think any delay longer than that, we run the risk that all of a sudden the survey takes more and more money. Yeah. When we approved this to do a survey a couple of weeks ago, we did it anticipating that it would cost about roughly $40,000 to $50,000. So that was part of our agreement to do the survey, was that we knew it was going to cost money. Yeah. So the question is, do we do it now versus, 4 months from now? I don't see a material difference in that timing. Mm-hmm. So we could approve it now to do it in January. But I mean, I think just to kick the can, to come back in 4 months, to kick the can again another 6 months, to kick the can another, I think we can go out to the residents, ask the question, and if overwhelmingly the residents are for or against it, I mean, I think that clarifies it for all of us. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we're just sort of stuck in this loop of, coming back every 6 months. Yeah. To ask the same question.
And on that point, you have concerns, both of you, about spending this money, almost could be up to $38,000 with what we have, or do you want to wait and see where we are at mid-year?
I'm comfortable spending it now. I think the economy is doing a little bit better, and I think we just had the report from the LA County tax assessor where the numbers are coming in a little bit better than they have been in the past. So I think going forward, we'll have room in our budget for it. And the anticipated downturn in terms of tourism that would impact things like our hotel occupancy tax haven't been as bad as we, I think, conservatively budgeted a few months back. So I think there will be, more than, we'll be ahead of budget basically at mid-year. And so I'm comfortable spending this money to get the answer to this question. And I mean, in addition to spending the money on the survey, having it come back time and time again does require spending on staff time to go through, answer the question again and again and again. So I think we just, need to get the answers from residents, what they want to, whether they're for it or against, and just move forward.
Just for, if I may, thank you, Councilmember Waller. Same kind of question. Do you want to wait and see what our economic picture looks like at mid-year?
I'm comfortable spending the money now. This issue is older than the tenure of every single one of us up on the dais. And I think it'd be better to get the information not as quickly as possible, but let's move along, get the information, make the decision.
And spend the money even if council ultimately decides, let's not do the RFA today. Let's wait until the economics of the cannabis market. Spend the money, but not be committed to, well, we already spent more money, let's do it.
Yes.
Kind of untethered from that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if we are going to spend the money, and I'm reluctant to do it, and move forward, we do need to have confidence in the questions being asked, the results that we get, and this is no knock on Dr. Bernard, certainly. But it's kind of a trust but verify, right? I mean, you could imagine if you ask people, do you think two legally consenting adults in the privacy of their own home should be able to enjoy cannabis without criminal prosecution? You're going to get probably 100% or so yes. If you ask the question, and I'm simplifying. If you ask the question, do you want a retail storefront cannabis shop across the street from your house? You're going to get on the other end. So, to have confidence in the results of this survey as a data point, if we are going to go forward, I would at least want moderate participation, trust but verify, okay, what questions are going to be asked, allow the council to give input, say, hey, I'm not comfortable with that. This seems to be too much push polling. Let's Prop 64 this thing or whatever. So that would be, it sounds like from the city manager, what he's put here, that would fall into the moderate participation category. We're not going to draft full participation questions, but we would come back and review, give input, make changes before the survey goes out. Is that my understanding of the moderate participation in a nutshell?
Yes, we would take a cut internally at the types of questions that we would raise for the public. To Richard's point, we wouldn't obviously bring the survey forward. We wouldn't want that to hit the public streets. We would give you examples of the types of sequencing and the nature of the information, the questions that would be ultimately asked of residents. The concern, I think, is if we daylight the full questionnaire, we're going to politicize the outcome. So we've got to give you examples of the types of questions that would be asked, and you would provide input on that structure and sequence. That's my understanding about it. Richard, if you want to provide more info.
Or we could form a subcommittee that just helps with that.
That's another option. The council could identify a couple of folks to help prepare the questions privately. So it would
read through them before they're approved.
The goal here is to get as accurate.
If you expose them,
right,
you're going to bias the outcome.
The goal is to get as accurate a data as possible. That's the whole point of doing this. And we want the experts to drive how we best get at that result in as unbiased and fair a process as possible. I certainly understand the question and the concern about what that material is and what we're ultimately asking of the residents. I just don't want us to undermine the quality of the survey through a very public process.
We don't want to undermine the quality, and yet we don't want to get a survey back where we look at the questions and we're like, I have no confidence in these results because
we're not asking the right thing, right?
Well, look at all the predecessor questions. Do you think a city should have more revenue in its coffers? I mean, it's like, wow, you've kind of led them to the answer. And there's points made about, the revenue is a different issue altogether as to what would be collected. But the point simply is, I don't know if we need a subcommittee yet. maybe have an opportunity to give input on what's happening so that when it comes back, we're not like, oh, wow, I can't believe we spent $40,000 on that. What, Dr. Bernard, would you like to come up? It's up to the mayor. I don't have questions.
If I'm allowed, if you don't want me to, I don't have.
If you don't have a question for him, then no, you.
Okay.
You have a question?
Not at this time. I mean, it sounds like you probably have something important to say, and you'll come up perhaps. So if council wants to do this, I not necessarily in favor of it, but I will, you wanted to hear, you want the data point. I agree with Councilmember Kaladerovich, the money's kind of not there right now. I do think moderate participation, as we've kind of coined it tonight, would be important at a minimum. For the reasons that Dr. Bernard has mentioned, having the registered voters on there, they're easy to find. You could get, we're already 9 out of 10 or something, highly registered voters. I think that's probably a better pull and would be largely representative of the city as is and save us a little money. So I think it'd be more of a friendly amendment to Councilmember Kaladerovich's motion, if not a substitute, but the idea would be, to move forward with this, moderate participation of council and registered voters. I'm reluctant to spend the money now, but I'll go along with that potentially.
Well, she recommended holding off to mid-year. That was her motion.
And so, it sounds like we would hold off on mid-year on actually doing the survey to wait until things have firmed up, but commit to the money now, if I understood correctly from Councilmember Waller and Castle.
That's what I preferred, but that's not
That wasn't my.
Yours was to not commit the money until mid-year.
Right.
Does it make sense to hold up, commit the money now so we've got that agreement, and then do the survey at mid-year to give some time for some of these other issues to work themselves out, the economics and what have you?
Well, I'll tell you, the reason I made the motion I did was because I would like to make grounds in enforcement in the city and prove, make that gesture to the voters that we as a city we can be confident in our ability to enforce what we're putting out there. And I think we would set up, should we go in that direction, set up any participating retail cannabis for a better environment to succeed. So I think we need to do our job first before we even ask the residents, is this a good idea?
I agree with you 100% on that. Councilmember Waller, Councilmember Castle, it seems like a good point. Spend the money on the enforcement, yet are you saying you want to move forward with this now, not to?
I think the timing of how long this process will take is that things can happen in parallel, and we can start the enforcement. It'll take them a decent amount of time to prepare the survey, identify the people, start getting the survey, and get the results to us. That I think that it's reasonable to do them in parallel. It all depends, to get a 4/5 vote, yeah, I'm willing to make concessions. It's like if it would get the 4/5 vote to go to registered voters, yeah, I'm okay with that kind of thing. If it gets a 4/5 vote to get this going,
yeah,
if it's going to be 3-2 no matter what, then that fails. So I want to make sure we can get to that 4/5 vote.
Understood.
And so if it's, 3 of us want one thing and 3 of us want something else, that doesn't help.
Okay.
So that's really what I'd like to be able to get to.
And you make a good point. 4 votes are needed. So if 2 council members say I'm not, okay. And just so with that, just so I could get a better idea, from Councilmember Kaladerovich, if the council were to commit to spend the money now and do a contract, would you want the survey to be now, or would you want the survey to be in December approximately, or does it not matter?
The survey should be later after we have provided this enforcement and crackdown in the city.
Okay, so December-ish.
Hey, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Not right now.
Well, if I could finish up. Survey in December? If you have a preference, if.
No, so my motion is that we don't commit to the money now.
Understood.
So then it wouldn't be in December, it would be at a time where, it comes back for a discussion. But I do think a survey is the way to go. I just think that it's not the right time.
And I tend to agree with that. Okay. Yeah, please.
So, I mean, I think whether we do the survey, even if we approved it tonight, it would be a couple of months before the actual survey took place. The questions on the survey won't ask about smoke shops. So if we had some big enforcement measure between now and, let's say, January, February, the questions on the survey won't have to do with smoke shops. So I'm not sure how much of the impact of, any enforcement would be on the answers in the survey.
Okay.
Because the survey will be about cannabis and the opening the licensing process.
I think then a survey should distinguish between retail cannabis and smoke shops. The difference should be clear.
I don't know that would be in the survey, though.
Well, I guess that would be a discussion.
Like we could ask lots of other things about other items.
Back on.
All right. So thank you for that. And so the point would be moderate participation. So I'm about ready to make either a friendly amendment or substitute motion, but I would like to hear from Dr. Bernard if he had something particularly on point to this discussion, with your permission, Mayor. Yes, thank you.
So I'm not going to side with anyone, so I'll start with that. But I would, I'm great with any kind of participation you should think about. But I would caution one thing, because I'm observing a lot of very smart people coming up with the very credible arguments across the board. And my experience is, if I do one-offs, in other words, if I talk to each council member about the survey so that we don't jeopardize the Brown Act in any way, and one council member says, we should definitively do X, and another council member says, definitively, we should not do X, and I can't share that information with each other, I know I will be scolded when I come back with a survey and someone said, I was very clear, I did not want X, and I can't say, well, one of your other colleagues or many of your other colleagues wanted Y. So again, you have certain institutional norms. I don't want to step on that, but my past experience has been, if the council, and I'm fine with trust but verify, that's okay. I'm not offended by that at all. Sometimes if they have an ad hoc committee of two, perhaps like-minded in the sense they want the best for the city, but have different views on something coming together, that we may be able to come up with a survey where we'll never please everyone, but we may have a general consensus with the results. So that was just my comment.
Thanks for sharing that. So could you do a survey that asks residents, based on what you know now, would you be in favor of retail cannabis storefront shops in Redondo Beach?
Would that be the only question you would want to ask?
Not necessarily the only one. You could give some background, et cetera.
I would.
But that would be kind of the goal. I mean, that's what we want to know.
Yeah, so again, I don't want to write it, presuppose what you want. So I really don't want to fall into that trap. So I'm really suggesting that now. But I could envision, again, very early on in the survey, asking a clean question about yay or nay, and then providing education from a variety of sides and seeing if that's helpful. You'll get your clean read that you want up front, but you'll also see, with a balanced approach of, let's say, I'm just making up 3 educational supportive statements and 3 educational opposing statements, you'll see the impact. I've done this in other cities. I have no stake in this, I have no horse in this race. I love your city. I come here to enjoy myself, but I don't live here. And so I'm not and I have no stake, and nor does anyone in my business have any stake in cannabis industry. So I'm doing, I'm interested in doing good work whatever city I'm working
Understood.
for. So I want to be clear on that.
Right.
So it will answer your question straight up, but also provide the impact of education.
And then ask a subsequent question after receiving the.
Correct. Twice, I would argue, once after education in a supportive way and after opposition. And I would, why I like the 500 is because we.
Understood you like the 500.
No, but I'll tell you,
Yeah.
if I may.
Please.
I'll tell you why. Not for a financial reason, but for a methodological reason. I'm going to split, I propose splitting the sample 250 and 250 so that we see what happens when people hear education from a supportive side first, and for the other 250 when they hear opposition first. So hearing so no one's biased in any way.
No one's biased.
Yeah.
From where would you draw, from what sources would you draw the information to include into the educational questions?
Sure. Well, I'd certainly want to work with staff and get a real clear sense of your community. I want to make it as centric to your community as possible. But if you would like, if you're moving, I know you haven't voted yet, but if you move towards the moderate position of being trust but verify, I would be happy to work with council members. We would propose questions for them to react to. And if you opt to go with the ad hoc committee where we have like-minded people for the benefit of the city but may have different opinions, then it would be try to be as fair as balanced as possible.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
It does help. Mr. City Manager, if we do the moderate approach, how would we literally review the drafted survey questionnaire without having a subcommittee? And do you have a suggestion as to what we could do?
We would structure it. I think we would talk about it, then we would decide how we could best have a collaborative discussion here
Okay.
publicly. The ad hoc subcommittee would be a straighter line to that outcome without having to come back and have the public discussion. But we would have to find a way to have a tempered conversation out here, giving you enough feel for what we're doing without completely showing our hand in advance of the survey.
So that'd be like a modified moderate participation, so to speak.
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a substitute motion to.
I have the
Substitute to the
Well,
substitute.
your first one never passed, so we have none on the floor right now.
But we have the original motion.
We have but we have no other substitute.
Yeah.
Okay, so substitute motion to do what we've discussed as the modified moderate participation, and to ensure that FM3 and Dr. Bernard structure the survey as described just a moment ago, and hopefully the minutes will reflect it, where you ask that ultimate question up front, you split it, you have the pro group, the con group, exactly what you described sounds satisfactory to me. We do registered voters for the reasons you described, plus the 10% savings for what that's worth. And
500?
500, thank you. 500, and we'll approve of the 4/5 to get the funding and get started with the process of a survey now if we're going to do it. Let me just, I think that's everything I have.
All right, and is that, is the participation, the direction you just gave, is that the extent of the moderate participation you want, or you want another hearing where we have another hours-long discussion about the survey?
Well, I don't know. We'd have another hearing to get the feedback.
Yeah, so you have two options. You would have us coming back with kind of a draft approach with some clarity on how we would answer or ask the questions and provide the pro and con information. And then you could provide some input on that before we finalize and start the process. That's one option. Or you could go with the ad hoc subcommittee that would do that process behind closed doors. It's the council's choice. We can do either.
And my preference would not to do an ad hoc subcommittee. You've heard, Mr. City Manager, what's been discussed tonight and the sentiments being expressed. And I'm confident this will be a survey that the council will have confidence in and say, okay, I got it. Here's one other data point for me to consider and not be disappointed.
So you don't want it to come back?
No, he does. He wants
It does,
in a
just
form.
sort of a rough update and some input, et cetera.
I'll second that and
All right.
add on top that one of the, for your edification, Dr. Bernard, in case you've been not in the loop with what's been occurring in Redondo Beach, is residents are very concerned, legitimately so, about the toxins that are being found in legal cannabis. All right, and so that's something that we definitely want to educate or analyze in the survey. Not to say anything of the toxins in illegal cannabis, but it's definitely in legal cannabis as well.
It's a great point, and to the extent Dr. Bernard was considering, I didn't mean to interrupt, was considering, and I don't know if you are discussing revenues, I don't know if that's an important issue to raise or not in your judgment, but in the event you did, and I'm not saying you should, mention some of the facts about cities aren't recovering the full amount, the struggles of the cannabis industry, it hasn't been guaranteed. But again, we're not going to micromanage the thing, just putting that out there.
And then I just had a question for Councilmember Kalajevic. When you talk about enforcement, what specifically are you saying? Are you saying you want police to crack down on the unlawful sales of cannabis? I don't know. What specifically? Is it cannabis or a smoke shop?
The smoke shops,
Tobacco or cannabis?
both. They're both being sold.
Okay.
Illegal products at our current stores.
Right.
So I know that there has been enforcement. I would like to get to a point where residents see the enforcement, they see the change in the community, and they have a sense that we are addressing it. I don't think we're there yet. I think we've made some sting operations. We've done some co-enforcement with the state agencies, but we haven't seen any smoke shops affected by that yet. And that's where we need to be.
Okay.
I will reinforce, I've had, people comment to me, how can you enforce, even though you have this ordinance, how can you ensure that you're going to enforce it when we can't enforce the laws today on the simple smoke shops? And we've had example after example of people bringing up illegal product that they just bought
Right.
that evening.
I thought I've seen press releases about enforcement action, but maybe.
They've been cited, but nothing's happened. They haven't been, there's nothing changed.
Do we know, Ms. City Attorney, what has transpired, whether these smoke shops have been prosecuted for their violations?
We are waiting for the reports from the state.
Okay, is that the process?
My office has not received anything for review.
Yeah, it's a fair point by the mayor. We're not ultimately deciding tonight whether to issue an RFA, but that's, in the point Kalajevic, council member made, for exactly what was just said a moment ago. Take care of the smoke shop problem first. So that's for another time, though.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. You mentioned you had a substitute, or?
No, I was mistaken. I didn't get the second, so he made, mine died. So he had the substitute motion.
Okay, just a few things. I do think the question, I'm okay with how you've postured this, that you just asked the open-ended question, but I think asking that in the absence of highlighting what's in the ordinance at least is, I don't think that's a fair measure of what the public would opine on this if they knew exactly what was in the ordinance. And I think it's a relatively small percentage of the public out there that has followed what we've been doing in all these council meetings on the ordinance. And even if they did watch it, they're probably confused about what actually passed and haven't actually read it. So I do think there needs to be at least some education on what are we proposing here as a result of the ordinance that we've put in place. So I do think some education has to be somewhere in there. I do want to caution the council, we're still in a budget deficit, 3.5 million, even if it's a conservative estimate on the budget, that's a big hole to dig out of. I realize this is only 40K, but I'm sure we'll have other stuff we want to approve. So, I just want to caution the council that we got to start clamping down on expenditures. I would hope, tonight, we're not voting on the budget resolution. That has to be brought before us. So unless we get 4 votes tonight, I hate to waste staff time bringing all this forward. And the last thing I would add is, one of the worst things we can do to the public is poll them and then ignore it. So I think we have to be prepared as a council to act according to what we hear out of the survey. I remember back in 2005, we got polled whether we wanted to, with the AES power plant, whether we wanted to put in mixed-use development or a park. And a park came out, and the first thing out of one of the council members' mouths to the press after that was, well, it's a non-binding vote. We don't have to listen to it. And, that was not a positive thing to the community. And we're kind of doing the same thing here. So I think we need to be prepared to live with what we hear. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. We have a motion and a second on the substitute motion, which with my understanding is the moderate engagement, registered voters, 500 survey sample. Is that correct?
Or for this budget motion.
Well, yeah, and to come back with the budget.
And that'll be back next Tuesday for consideration.
Yeah, and there was no time, we're not kicking that down the road. That's do it. Is that my understanding of the motion?
That's the motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And I did, just to clarify, Dr. Bernard's here and he understands and he will learn. One of the questions we're dealing with is, do we do an RFA now or do we wait? Do we get better safety information from the state and the cannabis board and the problems they're having? Do we wait for the economics of this cannabis market to shake out with the new taxes and fees? And so that's part of the process. Hey, should we do it now? Should we do it later? It meaning open up the application process. So thank you, but I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All 4?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, that's a 4-1. Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go back to N1. That's a discussion and possible action on installation of pickleball courts at Alta Vista and approval of the CEQA exemption declaration. Are you going to be presenting, Elizabeth? Okay, you have the floor.
So good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am relieved not to be presenting on cannabis tonight. I'm excited to be presenting on pickleball. So tonight for you, we are presenting the results of the pickleball noise study or noise impact study that was conducted at Alta Vista Park. And we are seeking authorization from City Council to move forward with the installation of pickleball courts at the location, as well as any sound mitigation steps that you may want to take. With me tonight remotely, I have Tina Darjazani. She is the senior engineer with York Engineering, so she's here remotely. She'll be able to chime in if you guys have some more technical questions about the noise study. And I also have Mark Weiner. He is our community development director, and that is if you have any questions about the exemption declaration that we're presenting to you tonight. So just an outline of our presentation. We'll start with the background and the purpose. So essentially, what was our last conversation about pickleball at Alta Vista, as well as why we even conducted a noise study. And then we'll wrap up with some action items before the council tonight. The last discussion took place on July 16th of last year, and we had community members come out sharing their interest and excitement for having more pickleball courts installed in the city, and that night we're discussing about installing them at Alta Vista. But we also had residents that came out and shared their concerns about installing courts at Alta Vista because there are residents and homes just across the street on Juanita. So I'll pull that up right now for you to see. So right there along Juanita, where you can see the courts that are highlighted in red and yellow, we do have homes. And so council directed staff to engage the services of a firm that can collect data, can conduct a noise impact study on those homes from installing pickleball courts at the court labeled Court 2 over there in yellow on the lower right-hand side. And then depending on the results, you want us to come back with those results as well as a CEQA exemption, and then gather authorization from you to move forward with the installation. So we reached out to firms that could conduct the study. We got responses from 3 firms as well as cost proposals, and we decided to go with York Engineering. They have a very robust history of performing these types of studies for cities as well as other sectors. And they also were able to demonstrate to staff that they really understood the concerns of the residents. And just as an example of that, council gave us direction to conduct the noise study at Court 2 on the right-hand side, but York said, we should really also conduct a study on Court 1 on the left-hand side, because despite the fact that it's closer to residents, there is a potential natural noise mitigator right there with that steep hillside that's between the courts and the homes on Juanita. So we went ahead and directed York to do just that, to conduct 2 noise studies. And the study approach was as follows. There was a 24-hour ambient noise test done to capture what noise is like throughout an entire day in that area. That was to capture any noise coming from the courts over the hill and hitting the homes up there. And really one of the primary concerns that we heard in that meeting in 2024 was, it's really the second floor that's getting hit with the noise from the courts because it travels up over the hill. So we did try to find a balcony that could welcome our noise testing gear. Unfortunately, people were on vacation or just not home at the time. So what we did instead was ask Public Works for a boom truck. And we installed the mic and the noise test equipment up at the correct trajectory of noise from the courts. So we're able to capture 24 hours of noise at that level to meet the concerns of the neighborhood. The second point of measurement was the actual measurement of the noise caused by pickleball. In order for York to do a comprehensive test of that, we needed 20 minutes of continuous play at each of the courts. So what our staff did was connect with the pickleball community and asked them to help us do this. And so they came out with enough players to conduct 20 minutes of continuous play at each of the courts. And that included bringing extra players just in case substitutions were needed because people get tired after a few minutes. So we were just continuously having play at those courts. So that was the 2 methods of capturing noise.
Who played pickleball for you?
I don't know all their names, but we have the leader right here in the audience with us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Great.
And she made sure we had a mixed group as well of experienced players as well as novices. So there was a constant rotation of what we would anticipate the noise would be like in that space. So the study findings, and again, we have York Engineering here available to us, but I'll provide a high-level review of the findings. It was that the proposed pickleball activities would not exceed the limits set by our own municipal code, that the increases in noise exposure at the neighboring residents was between 0 and 0.7 dBA, and that's decibels measured with a weighting, and that this was below the 3 dBA levels generally considered noticeable in outdoor environments. So the conclusion was that there was no significant noise impacts that would result from the installation of pickleball courts at Alta Vista. It also concluded that that was at both courts and that noise mitigation wasn't necessarily required, but council may still move forward with installing some sort of noise mitigating fabric around the courts. So since we released the study, we have been getting a very common question amongst the council as well as residents, and that was, why was LEQ used instead of LMAX? So LEQ stands for equivalent sound level, and that is the average sound energy over time. It is the measurement type recognized as the regulatory standard for environmental noise, and it accounts for both time and intensity, so duration and intensity. LMAX stands for maximum sound level, and it only measures the sound, the single loudest moment. It captures just one instant of noise that happens to be very loud, so a very loud car driving by or lawnmower equipment going off suddenly. It doesn't account duration or frequency like LEQ does, and you can't reliably attribute it to just pickleball noise when there's so many other noises happening in that same environment. And ultimately, it's not used in regulatory environmental noise assessments. So that's why LEQ is used in the report instead of LMAX. And again, the engineer can probably walk us through this in a more detailed way, but high level, that's what that means. So what I wanted to present next was sound mitigation options for the council if you wanted to move forward with that. We also have funding already set aside for this, so we have monies already there. We wouldn't have to allocate anything extra. So I'm presenting 3 options to you tonight. The first is called Pickle Block. It is the more expensive option, but it is highly durable, easy to install, and has a variety of colors. It also fits in with the aesthetic of the park space better than some of the other options you'll see. And what I also want to share with you was 2 costs. You'll see baseline and sideline. Sideline is the longest side of the court. So it's actually the side facing the residences. What we would recommend is certainly installing it there if you want to install noise mitigating material. That's the higher cost, that's $10,400 for Pickle Block. Baseline is the shorter sides of the court, so that's facing the field, and then the other tennis courts. So if you wanted to do like a wraparound material on it, if you want to extend the acoustic blocking, you could do that as well, and you'll see the cost there for that. So for Pickle Block, it's roughly $10,000 just for the one side, and you see some depictions over there as well as real-life installation. The second option is AlphaSorb. It is cheaper, but it is very limited in colors. And because of the color options, it doesn't fit quite as well within that park space and the aesthetic, but it is cheaper at $8,500. And then the last one is Sound Block. It's got great coverage because it is taller, offers 10 feet of coverage. Average cost comes out to $9,000 for the sideline coverage, but the only color option is black. So again, if you're thinking about the aesthetic and what it looks like, that's the option you have. So those are the 3 options we have for council to consider if you do want to move forward with sound mitigation. And so here are the next steps. We have already a CIP project in place with $90,000 set aside for resurfacing and restriping of all 8 courts. So what we would do next, if we are authorized to move forward with the project, is to obtain cost proposals for both the resurfacing and the restriping, as well as the sound mitigation if you choose to go forward with that. That'll take about 2 to 3 weeks. We then have to go ahead and prepare contracts and present that to council for consideration and approval. And if approved, we would then begin the project. For resurfacing, restriping, it takes about 3 to 5 weeks. But for the sound mitigation, it just depends on lead time depending on the materials we want to go forward with. We do recommend that when we do the resurfacing and restriping that we go with tennis court 1, the one closest to the hillside, because there is a slight noise dampening effect with the hillside right there. So these are the recommendations for you tonight: to receive and file the noise impact study report that York Engineering prepared, to determine that the project is exempt from CEQA as described in the CEQA exemption declaration, to authorize staff to proceed with the proposed installation of pickleball courts at Alta Vista Park, and if you wanted, to provide direction on sound mitigation options. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So on the options you presented us for the sound deadening material, were they similar STC ratings? Did they attenuate the exact same, or are some better than others?
Trying to recall, I know that Pickle Block is at a higher price point because it is used by most pickleball facilities within the state of California. When I look at Carlsbad and in other cities, it is the one that they install. The other ones, Pickle Block, this one, the first option, the more expensive option. But it not only looks better, from what I recall, it is the better option. It's easier to install. And I don't know if you've seen the fences recently at that facility. They do need a material and a blanket that it's a little bit more lightweight, but can still have the same impact as a high quality sound mitigator. So from what I've read, heard, and spoken to other people about, Pickle Block is the preferred option.
And it has the highest?
I am not sure. I don't recall.
I think
it's
that's
been a
an
while.
important consideration, is how much it's attenuating. And I thought when I looked up Sound Block, it did come in green, but I could be wrong. Okay, and paragraph 6.5 in the report adds a 5 dB to the readings that they had for LEQ. And that is because the ANSI standard calls for when you do, when you have impulsive sounds, that you account for that by adding 5 dB to the LEQ readings, correct?
May I have our engineer answer that question confidently?
Hi.
Tina, are you online?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Tina Rajaswani. So to answer your question, yes, we added 5 dB penalty to account for impulsive noise. And even with that added buffer, the predicted increase in ambient noise was just 1.8 dB, which is below the 3 dB threshold that most people can't even notice.
So you're saying on top of the LEQ, you added 5 dB, and that's
Correct.
still below the threshold of what most people would notice.
Correct.
And therefore, we're still below any violation of the Redondo sound standards.
Correct.
Okay. And I noticed in at least one of the readings over a 20-minute period, it was actually louder when tennis was playing than when pickleball was just playing alone. Do you have any reason why that might have happened? Was that ambient noise, or were the tennis players louder? Because it was a significant jump, I think, on the order of 15 to 20 dB.
Right. So the important takeaway from that on-site noise measurement was that the sound level from pickleball were similar or even lower than tennis, which is already a long-standing and approved recreational activity. So yes, tennis, believe it or not, was louder. And that helps confirm that while pickleball may be occasionally heard, it doesn't introduce a new or noticeably louder source of noise to the area.
Okay, and one of the reasons here LMAX really doesn't apply is your readings are over 20-minute periods, correct? And so all the LMAX says is what's the loudest thing during that 20 minutes? It could have been a car beeping a horn, could have been a lawnmower going by, could be somebody starting a loud car or motorcycle, correct?
Correct. So it doesn't really tell us what that spiking noise was from. Was it really from pickleball, or was it from all the other activities that are happening in the outdoor environment?
Okay. Thank you. And so what you're saying is we don't require, there's nothing here that drives us in the CEQA analysis to mitigate the noise, but we're doing that because the council
Appropriated money for it.
appropriated money for it.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you. Let me go to present. Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, thank you. I think the noise study was valuable. I attended, I was there for the, got an odd noise up there. I was there for the study, I heard it. I was able.
The fan underneath the, it's
The
just.
fan under the dais is
Oh, there we go.
gone out of balance.
Is that 80 dB?
So, I was there. Pickleball is, even though it says not significantly noticeable, it's noticeable. You hear it. And I get that. But reading about some of the noise mitigation sound blockers is that they can, I don't know about these exactly, but we did get a public comment from somebody who gave us one where it showed an 11 dB reduction in sound. So if you say we have to add 5 dB because it's an impulsive sound, then theoretically it could be quieter after the noise mitigation than it is right now, especially with tennis going there. So I think that no matter what the noise study says, noise mitigation is a must. We have to choose one of them. You mentioned that the sound block is taller, which could actually make for a better impact, just because of the angle to the balconies and so forth. So I don't want to direct you on exactly which one to use. I would just say use whichever one is going to make the biggest impact, because the costs aren't that much difference. If you go the 9,000 versus 10,400, you know.
Does the engineer online know what the attenuation is of the different products?
I found the one for Pickle Block.
Yeah, pickle blocks 10 to 12 dB.
Yeah.
And it's a 6 foot high by, how, I don't have the slide up anymore.
8 by 6.
6 by 8. It's behind you.
6 by 8. The fences are how high? 10?
Taller than that, yeah. Tall, much taller than 8 feet. I would say 12, 15.
So would you put them higher up on the
That's what I'm
fence?
saying. That's what I was going to get to. We could mount them
We
high.
can mount
'cause
them higher.
The sound going out to the side is going to hit
Right.
the
field.
dirt.
And I would say there are two other, at least, considerations to think about in terms of selecting the mitigation. I do think aesthetics important. I mean, you saw the photograph of the second option. I mean, that is candidly hideous.
Nope.
Well, even if it were to make perhaps a slight bit of improved difference. And I do think we need to be careful not to enclose this facility in a way that does not allow for see-through. If we put this on all four sides, we may have a safety and security issue. So I think we want to start small here to the extent we can, target the west side, maybe one of the end courts, and then kind of see where we go from there. I do think we don't want to undermine the aesthetics of the park. It's important that we do something that's attractive there.
And one of the other considerations I'd like to also consider as part of this, or at least have us look into, is if you look at the aerial shots that we had in our previous presentation, the hillside was nice and green. The hillside is not green now. The irrigation system, I talked to Mike Klein, he said it gets destroyed by kids riding on their bikes and breaking pipes. And so right now the irrigation system isn't doing very well. So I would love it if we could also get that irrigation fixed and then at the same time plant that hillside. And with a hillside with a variety of plants, I'm not going to say what kind of plants because I'm not the one making that decision, but appropriate plants for that hillside will help with the visibility of it. It'll help with our ecology in general, and will actually provide some sound attenuation as well. So I would love to be able to include, so you can see the brown hillside there, make it so that hillside there has been beautified a little bit while we're doing this.
Maybe some of those plants from the Prospect Frontage Road.
That look great.
They do look great. And I've researched that they will grow into one another and form a wall, so.
And I would just want to confirm that right now your estimate has, you said the cost of the mitigation is included, so there's no budget adjustment?
Correct. We already have about $21,000 set aside for it.
Okay, perfect.
Can you show the other two names? I didn't catch. So there's
Alpha
Pickle Block.
Zorb, Alpha Zorb, and Sound Block, which is
I want to see how you
CK.
Because that Pickle Block has STC 28, that's 28 dB. Alpha Zorb.
Yeah, I think it is Alpha, but I don't think we want to put that up.
Blanket.
And then what's the last one?
Sound Block. The Alpha Zorb looks like the inside of a U-Haul when you're moving.
Yeah, I wonder how much it absorbs.
Right.
Alpha Zorb.
I wouldn't know, I have not. So I don't want to be prescriptive and say, this is the exact material to use, do it this way. It's like, use the budget, do what is the best thing, but also let others speak too.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So is your thought maybe not spend so much on sound mitigation, just control that one westward side and use the rest of the money to put vegetation sound mitigation?
If we're budget constrained, yes. Because I don't know if it makes that big a difference to put sound block.
We only want to do one side, correct? We don't want to do all four sides because of what you said.
Yeah.
We don't need two sides because El Camino Real's a lot further away. So all we need to protect,
we would,
out of an abundance of caution, is Juanita. So that's just one
Just the west
sidewalk.
side.
I think we would start with the west side, the long length of the courts. And to the extent that we have leftover funds, we would look at doing some additional landscaping along the bluff to help further mitigate sound throughout the area.
Well, we need to, it's just weeds anyway.
It's just weeds. We just need to repair irrigation and do some planting. And we start there. And the other thing we do, of course, part of this project, as Elizabeth pointed out, is resurfacing all of the tennis courts. This isn't just the single court that's going to be converted. All 8 courts will be resurfaced and restriped.
And we're doing one court.
And we're converting court 1, the one that's enclosed in red there, and turning that 1 tennis court into 4 pickleball courts.
Is there a reason we're doing the further west one?
Yeah,
than
the
east one?
argument is that
Sound attenuation.
Yeah, the buffer of the hillside is more effective there.
Got it.
Yeah, it's 4 courts. They're happy with that 24/7.
Okay, and no other.
We're not 24/7, but the hours. Sure, I'll make a motion, unless you want to make the motion.
Sure, I'll make the motion. I don't have that up anymore. So,
You want to go to the recommendations?
Yeah, what you are asking for. So I'd like to make a motion to receive and file the noise impact study. Certified the project is exempt from CEQA, authorize staff to proceed with the proposed installation of the pickleball courts with the sound mitigation and vegetation as described.
Second.
Can we withhold on choosing which sound blocking material? I'd like to understand the STC, and I can't.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not giving
I
direction.
think as long
to
as the
which.
authorization is due what's appropriate, both aesthetically and from a decibel reduction standpoint, yeah.
Okay.
And we want to make sure we purchase something that can be replicated and maintained over time.
Yeah, we have staff to make those decisions. I'm not going to tell them which one to use.
So we have a motion. Did we get a second? You seconded it. Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. Director House, in the presentation, there was a notation for each of the 3 options. Asterisk does not include taxes and delivery fees.
Correct.
Do you have some idea what that amount will be? Is it
Not right now, I do not.
Okay. We install ourselves, or does the company install?
It depends on which one we go with, and it depends on the condition of the fences. So if the condition of the fences needs some additional work, we'd probably try to do that in-house to just make sure that they're ready to accept the installation of the material. And again, depending on the material, most of these, I think all 3 of these, and that's why we picked them, they're easy to install. You see the grommets over there. We can easily ask our Public Works team to partner with us and install them for us. So that's why I only included taxes and delivery fees, because I think install could easily be done by our teams here.
And just a reminder, the current courts have windscreens on them today that are installed similarly. This product is likely to be slightly heavier than what we have today. So we have to account for that. We may have to reinforce a couple of our pole structures, but I do think it's something we can manage, particularly on one side of the court.
Yeah, and I was doing research on this. The one I came up with was sound block, but I didn't write down the STC rating. But they would put grommets in it, and it cost a little extra. And then it's self-install, and it was free delivery for however amount you
purchase, right?
Bought, so.
And the current
screens. You to put it up.
And with respect to the delivery fees, you don't know currently what those are. Do you have any sense? And I ask because I want to make sure this is within our budget that's been set aside for this project. No sense, though, at this point?
For products of this size and scope, I don't think the materials that we would need to purchase for one side of it is something that would ultimately break the $21,000 bank, so to speak. I think we can handle one side, even with some upcharging for tax and delivery. And it's not certain to me that we may be able to even pick up this material if it's limited and bring it ourselves. So we'll have options there, and we'll certainly work within budget.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And the screens that are there now are some of them are flapping in the breeze. So the screens are in need of replacement.
Yeah, I think it's more can the fence bear the weight of this new acoustic?
That's going to be the key.
Okay, can we get members, anyone, I have no cards. Do you have any cards?
No.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Oh, we have
hold on.
cards.
Bob Brown. I have a friend in Florida named Bob Brown, so.
Yeah. So I had a prepared speech, but you've addressed most of the issues that I wanted to talk about. I didn't think the noise test was great, but I was not expecting to have another one. I was hoping for noise mitigation, and it sounds like you're going to move forward with that. The only thing I'd want to say is, I don't know if one side will be enough, but I guess we should just see. If it's noisy, then we could say something, then residents will say something. But I think that one side might be sufficient. And I think you were saying you were going to do the closer court to the homes?
Yeah.
With the
Yeah.
Yeah. That seems to make sense because the hill does block most of our views of that first court. We only see a small portion. So I think that will be sufficient.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Before you come up, do we still have the sound engineer on, the York engineer?
Yes, I'm here.
So if the houses are to the west and we put the sound block on the west, would putting sound blocking material on the east side, the far side, would that do anything for those houses?
No, all you need is a barrier between your noise source and your receptor.
So you
So
want the sound block
basically, if
On the west side.
on the west side, basically.
You want it between where they're hitting the ball and where the houses are?
And you
Correct.
don't want a reflection.
Okay, thank you. No, not right. No. You only get to speak once, so I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just had a couple of questions because the report didn't really show it. Perhaps it was in the detailed analysis, but when the sound study was done, whether there's a one pickleball court playing or all four? Because on a tennis court, you can convert that into 4 pickleball courts correctly. So if it was 4, not 1, that would be really insignificant as far as determining what kind of sound volume you're going to get, I would think. Second, what was the temperature and what were the weather conditions? If you have wind blowing, that affects sound propagation immensely, as does wind. And then if any of you have ever been to a concert in the pier in the afternoon when they have them at 4 o'clock, and being a musician myself, I could tell you the sound quality is not great when the wind blows because it does carry it the other direction. Finally, what was the frequency? We're talking about decibels, which is a measurement of volume. Essentially, we turn the volume up. That's what a decibel is. But frequency, the pitch, is just as important for as far as awareness. Tennis tends to have a more lower frequency sound versus higher frequency sound. I think with pickleball, it's a little more of a percussive attack. And if you want to know how that could be discernible by neighbors, for example, when you're sleeping, you can hear that mosquito flying around your head. Not very loud, but you can hear it because of the frequency. So I'm just curious. I don't know if that was in the study. I didn't have the benefit of reviewing that. But I think the main thing about the 4 courts versus 1 should be a big consideration in this. Anyway, I know you were, I think you were there. So was it 4 courts?
It was all 4 courts.
Okay, that's what I want.
Simultaneously. It was a normal Redondo Beach day. I don't think I was wearing a jacket.
Okay, so
I
it wasn't
couldn't tell
windy,
you
really.
about temperature exactly. Minimal wind at the time that it was done. And the noise study did have some frequency breakdowns. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was somewhere between 1 kilohertz and 10 kilohertz was the...
Yeah, more higher pitch, okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I didn't have the report, so it wasn't clear in the presentation that was done, so that's good. Thank you.
So if you read the report, the data is all there for the weather at the time, Wayne? If you go back to the data sheets in the appendix, it's all there. Okay, anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
We have Mark Nelson.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, just had one comment about the LMAX LEQ thing. I'm not disputing that LMAX is the correct thing as well. The problem I've had over time, and I've done, $4 or $5 billion worth of development, is that you get an LEQ that's been diluted across 24 hours. when you've really got a 2-hour window of excessive noise. So I don't know in this case what the time domain was of the LEQ. If it's across the period of time that pickleball is being played, great. If it's across 24 hours, it's relatively meaningless to the neighbors who are around there. From a sequel perspective, y'all can do whatever you want to do. But I'm just concerned about the neighbors. So, it would be good for you to know, because if honestly, if they diluted this across 24 hours, you're still going to have complaints. But if they did it across just the pickleball time, you might be okay, especially with mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I go to there's a table in here, I can't find the table number, but it was done in 20-minute intervals. So the LEQ is across 20 minutes and the LMAX was during that 20-minute period. And I believe that's consistent across the board. And is that, we have the York engineer on board, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, it's table 5-1.
And it looks like 6-1 has the sound power levels, which seem to peak around between 500 hertz and 4 kilohertz.
Yep. Okay, anyone else online?
There's no more hands raised, but there's an e-common neutral.
Neutral.
E-com. Yes.
Okay. So with that, let's take the vote. I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone against? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now going to item N2, discussion and possible action regarding an agreement with All City Management Services for crossing guard services. Chief Hoffman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we're back to talk about the proposed contract with the outside vendor that we use to assist us with staffing the 27 intersections that we're currently filling with crossing guards. So I wanted to start by just giving a little bit of an overview of the way that our crossing guard program is funded. So the total cost right there at a little over $500,000 includes the $212,000, which is in our core budget. So that's going back and forth every year, and that covers 12 of those sites. And then we've added different positions over the course of the years, 15 total positions, and we're funding those through one-time funds. Unfortunately, we just don't have enough city employees to fill all 27 intersections. So we're covering 22 with city employees. And it's actually challenging just to fill those 22. We don't even have 22 right now. We're constantly in the process of hiring, getting people through the background and training. And I think we're going to be okay in this upcoming school year, but it is a challenge to maintain the 22 positions. So in order to complete the staffing with minimizing the impact on other police department employees and taking them away from their primary assignments, we've contracted for several years with All City Management in order to assist us with providing crossing guards that work for that company, and that's filling the remaining 5 positions. And currently that contract for the upcoming year is the numbers right there at $138,000. So as part of the contract this year, there were some changes that were requested, and in our back and forth with the city attorney's office, those changes are on this slide, and City Attorney Ford is going to go over those.
Yes, the vendor has requested that we amend our standard indemnity clause to delete the word sole, which would seek a comparative negligence apportionment of liability, which is not standard across cities. In fact, I did look at Torrance and Hermosa, and they also have the standard language that Redondo has as well. So I haven't come across any city agreement with All City with the comparable negligence, although the vendor is requesting that And they're also requesting that their limit indemnification obligation to the city would be 6 million, even though their website says they're insured for 10 million. I would not want to be the first city in the South Bay to be agreeing to this language, but it is a decision for the council to take that risk on.
So your recommendation is to reject it?
Yes, and go back to All City to request that they stay with our standard language, or we can do what Torrance did in 2023, do an RFP and have our standard language, and then they'd probably bid on it. I understand they're probably the only vendor around, or there's not very many, and so they would probably agree to that. Hermosa just passed their agreement in July, so as recently as July, they agreed to the standard indemnity clause.
Okay, thanks. Is that the last slide, or?
Well, there are options here, and because it's challenging, because school's about to start. And there's going to be an expectation that we staff the crossing guard locations that we've agreed to staff. And so, going back to them may or may not work out. The options here are, one, to approve the agreement with All City management to staff the 5 crossing guard locations with that language that's in there, which obviously the city attorney's opined on. And then the second option would be to reject the proposed indemnity language and then have us go back and basically demand that the contractor accepts the city's standard indemnity provision. And if they do that, then we would be back next week with a simple consent calendar item to have the contract on there, and we would be able to use those 5 positions that we've agreed upon in the agreement to fill our 27 spots on day 1 of school. If they don't, then we would likely be back next Tuesday with a discussion item to potentially propose 5 locations of the 27 that would no longer be staffed.
Okay, is that the last slide?
We do have the chart that was from the BRR, in case there's any questions about the rankings that we've worked on, and we've done other calculations as well. But, and we can talk about the different studies and the items that were in BRR 43 as part of the fiscal year 25-26 budget process.
Council's questions, we can go into it.
Sure.
That's what I was going to say, Mayor. Just to wrap, you have the choices. I wouldn't propose that we necessarily decide tonight, if you were to be uncomfortable with this language, to identify the 5 locations that you'd like us to vacate. We would do that as staff. We would come back with a recommendation to you next Tuesday, assuming that all cities ultimately wouldn't accept our standard provision. And we would propose those 5 locations based on our metrics. I will say we have done a lot of evaluation over the year on the different locations that we do guard, what traffic counts look like, pedestrian counts, et cetera. Ryan Liu, our traffic engineer, some additional supplemental work as part of the
subcommittee
subcommittees that's working on this. So there's some additional information there that we would do some I think, comparison with before we come back to you with the 5 locations. But we just want to make sure everybody understands if ACMS does not ultimately capitulate to our terms, we would need to recommend those 5 locations as part of next week's discussion. So that would be our choice this evening, and we'll seek any direction that you have here.
So I know this is kind of spilled milk at this point, but we just heard that Hermosa negotiated in July. Is there a reason we're going 1 week before school starts, which puts us between a rock and a hard place?
I understand we've been discussing this provision with them for quite some time. I can't tell you exactly how long, but I think
we started on this contract negotiation immediately after this funding was approved in the budget. So we started at the beginning of July, and the city attorney's office has been going back with all city management this entire time. We originally had this item scheduled for last week, and because of some of the changes in the language, it got pushed to this week as a discussion item. And that's just how long it took for us to get that agreement and have it ready to present.
Spilled milk anyway. We're at where we're at. So my screen went blank again. So I think when you kicked the fan, you killed my computer.
Whoops.
So we'll go back.
There it is.
Oh, no, it's gone.
Almost.
It's back. It's supposed to be on PC though. Do
we need money in the IT budget for your.
So we're going to have to raise hands because I can't see them. Okay. Councilmember Castle.
To the police chief and city manager, looking through some of the numbers, I was looking at the number of crossing guards per school of all of those cities that were listed in the study. And sort of the weighted average was about almost 1.5 crossing guards per school across all of those cities. And right now we have about almost 2.5. So with 27 posts, do we actually need all 5 of these? And I know that, according to our budget, we started out with a core budget allocation of about, what was it?
12.
About $212,000, and we've added positions over time. My question is, do we need all 5 of those? We've been sort of painted into a corner here with the insurance language, but, and the average cost for these contracted crossing guards is $27,600, where on average our in-house cost is about $20,000. So they're not cheap. It's definitely much more expensive, about 35% more expensive to do it outside. So my question is, do we need that? Because looking through from the budget report, there's some intersections that have little to no traffic and some that are very busy. So my question to you is, do we need all 5 of these?
Yeah, needs a strong word in that calculus. I would say we don't need all 5 of those locations. The question that you all have to confront is the policy question of, do you want all 5 of those locations? Because they do provide a benefit to the community. Our residents very much appreciate our guarded intersections. So as we've said during the budget process, it's been nice for us to have the ability to fund and staff 27 locations. As you've heard me say previously, I'm not sure that's a sustainable figure under our current costing. I would like to see the annualized cost of this program reduced over time. What you did observe, I think astutely, is that we can provide these services with in-house personnel less expensively than through the contract, and we actually have closed that gap significantly. Joe could probably tell you exactly what percentage of our guarded locations were contract versus staffed a few years back. We were more heavily reliant on contract services a few years ago. We've taken some time and with council support increased our pay rate for our guards, and we've been better at recruiting and retaining staff to support that program in-house. And in the event that we were to, at least to start the year, eliminate these locations, we would look to try to staff them over time. We would look to hire people to perhaps restore those locations with our in-house personnel. But yeah, to answer your question, you look at these metrics, 2 things pop out to me. We guard more locations per school than most of our neighbors, with 2 exceptions. Manhattan, Hermosa have a higher per capita number than we do in that respect. And we arguably have a long-term sustainability concern that we're going to need to address. And I do think that's the work of the subcommittee, and they're working towards possible solutions for that. So
I would ask, if we could look into bringing that in-house. And I think this question of the insurance coverage and liability protection for the city that they're trying to, cut back on us, that only effectively raises the cost for us for having outside services. So I think in the long run, it's going to be to our benefit to bring as much of this in-house as we can. And as we all know, we're in a tight budget situation right now. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Waller.
I'm not at all comfortable in accepting what they want to have, deleting that sole and reducing the insurance. So I would strongly endorse option 2. I'm comfortable with being able to figure out either they come back and we have it, and we've got our crossing guard subcommittee that I'm not on, but that I'm assuming will come up with whatever the best solution is by next year. So if we go through with this contract, if they come back and say, okay, we'll take the contract, we'll do it. By next year, things might be different. If they come back and say, nope, absolutely, we're not going to do it, and we say, we don't have a contract, we're going to lose these five things, the subcommittee might have to do an emergency meeting and figure out which are those 5 positions that we're not going to have. It does make sense to have this in-house. It's cheaper in-house than paying $38 and change an hour to a contractor for that. But between some of the ideas about having volunteer crossing guards, doing it all internal city staff, I'm very comfortable rejecting what they're proposing, giving them a hard, you can use our terms or you can go away, and then figuring it out after that. And come back to us in a week and we will hear what you've got. I don't know, are there any other hands raised, or
You want to make a motion?
could I just make the motion to support option 2, to reject and send it back to them?
And just to be clear, we would certainly love working with the subcommittee in this regard, but we as staff are happy to give our best professional recommendation for Tuesday night to take that pressure off the subcommittee who's just working towards these goals. So we're happy to carry that recommendation and have you all collectively make those decisions if that's preferred.
But if there are no hands raised, yes, I'm making the motion. I don't want to interrupt somebody who wants to speak first. But.
I will second your motion. I guess I'm going to be next with the hands raised. Is that okay?
Okay. So you're seconding the motion and you still want to.
And I just want to say, as a member of the subcommittee, this is, I think, been long overdue, an evaluation of these sites. And also given that we are in a budget crunch, I'll say right now, that my goals for the committee are to really evaluate the sites, make sure that we're using the funds in the best way, in the most fiscally responsible way for the residents. And hopefully, this needs to be in communication with residents, with parents, with schools, so that we're all on the same page, understanding how we're using these funds, and that we did engage the community, that it isn't just a surprise and everybody feels like something was taken from them without some notification and understanding of the bigger picture that we're in right now. So that's it.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? I assume you have no cards, correct?
No cards.
Okay.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. A couple questions I had on this were, and I looked at the packet, decision 40, I think it's 43, on page 6. There is a list where it says, Redondo, the cost estimate is like $579,000 for 27 posts. Torrance has 32 posts, and the cost is $330,000. And it has a negative by it. And I guess the question is Torrance being reimbursed by the school district to pay for that? Because I know it's on the spreadsheet, we have a positive 575, so that means it's the money that City Redondo is paying, correct? And so Torrance is being reimbursed for that other amount, which is significantly lower with more crossing guards.
Yeah, so, and I can't speak to exactly what that $330,000 fiscal year snapshot in time was the source, but I do believe that currently Torrance Unified School District is not contributing money to the city for that program. So I don't believe the city's receiving reimbursement. So I'm not sure what their cost derivation is here.
Yeah, it wasn't clear. I was just looking at the spreadsheet because that had a negative, but I didn't know why. But the other issue, though, we know we're talking about budget crunches, and again, it's a serious issue. We're $3.5 million under. But, and I know I'll probably get flack on this from some folks in the school district, but the fact is, the school district before the bond measure was passed was allocating money for significant repairs. One of the biggest ones, just say for example, was roofs. A lot of the schools needed some significant repairs. I have friends of mine who work in the school district and their roofs leaked. And so thankfully we have the money now to fix that because I think it's important to get that resolved. Now, the money they allocated for that can now have bond measures, the funds be applied toward that. In fact, if you look at their last agenda, they actually are already spending money doing a lot of these repairs, which I'm glad they're doing it very quickly, which is great. But that money they allocated, it didn't go away. It's still there. So in some cases, they've allocated millions of dollars toward this. So again, I know we have a subcommittee working on it. I know we're going to get pushback because who wants to give up money that they rather maybe spend on some other pet projects they have? But they have the money there. It's there. They've been allocating it. It's in a pile. They just have to reallocate it. I've spoken to 2 former school district members who said we do this stuff, easily. Wouldn't be that difficult to come up with. So again, I don't know what's a fair about. You guys have to work that out in the subcommittee, but the money is available for that. Anyway, just wanted to mention that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchap. One good thing in my community, what I observed, because the Torrance Unified School District doesn't pitch in $1 to the city for crossing guards. And principals, teachers, custodians, they come out after school and directing traffic, what a big deal, half an hour or 15 minutes after. What is really the shame, though, about our society, I came here like 4 years ago in the South Bay, not one school was built. But the population and the school population doubled, if not tripled. I used to walk my stepson to school, and he thought that was very funny because everybody went with cars and, made jam around, the Tulita school or whatever. But anyway, this is just absolutely ridiculous that the school district doesn't pay for the crossing guards because they have people who work there, as I said, custodians and teachers. And this is just, I don't even know what a big deal. I grew up, in my own country. I did not encounter one crossing guard. You know what I mean? My father, my mother, my grandparents, they taught me how to cross a street, how to cross a busy road, and how to be responsible for my own safety. And even in preschool, my mother told me 2-3 blocks away, okay, run away because I'm gonna wait for the bus here. But one more thing I try to say is, you're afraid of kids here, and I understand maybe elementary school kids, but all the teenagers, all the middle schoolers has e-bikes. Those are motorized vehicles. Some of them not even e-bikes, an e-motorcycle. And after school, they're going all over the place, doing wheelies on the Esplanade, on Pacific Coast Highway, and any place you can imagine. Now you worry about that couple of blocks from school or crossing from school to the other side of the road. They don't die because they bike around the neighborhood, so why would they die or why would they hurt themselves more a block from the school, Kids should grow up on their own, take responsibilities for their own action.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There are no hands. Oh, there's Marcy Guillermo.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Yeah. The only comment I want to make is the school district needs to chip in the cost. That's the bottom line. I could say more than that, but that is the main point. And the second point I want to make is council member from District 2 just made a comment saying about budget constraints. He didn't have any objection about budget constraints when we were talking about the dispensaries. Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There's no other hands raised, and there's 2 e-comments in a post.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to go with the second option, which is to reject the clause that splits the liability. So I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is item O, city manager items. Sorry to interrupt you mid-drink, but.
No, none this evening, Mayor. Although I will say actually, I take that back. One item, next week, the 19th, Mark does plan to bring back a conversation about our smoke shop ordinance and where we sit with that drafting, what we heard from the Planning Commission, and then where we're at with sort of next steps. So we'll have that item for you as part of your packet next Tuesday.
Could that include police enforcement efforts? And
Yeah, we'll have an update for you on where we're at. And I think, as Joy pointed out, we're waiting on the state right now for some of that follow-up activity. We can provide some context to the other activities
just
that we're involved
explanation of the
in.
process so we can explain it to residents.
Absolutely.
Why it involves the state.
Well, and maybe is there a way we can push or
Right.
let's evaluate the situation?
Yeah. Yes.
Are we also going to be discussing retail tobacco license?
We're going to talk high level what that looks like and implications, but we're getting close to drafting the smoke shop ordinance, so the focus will be getting that moving for us here. So that'll be a bit of a component of the staff report, but not the focus of the presentation.
Got it.
More of an introduction, if you will.
They're a little bit entwined, so I want to make sure.
Yeah,
that
they are. I just don't want us to lose momentum. We're
like
doing,
it.
yeah, so. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you.
I think, Laura, we probably get somebody's online up top there.
Okay, with that, we're jumping down to mayor and council items. The only item there is discussion and consideration of mayoral appointments to various boards and commissions. So I will tell you, is there a way to post the list?
I'm not sure how to do that.
Okay. Well, I apologize for that. I meant for that.
Email.
Do we
Give
get
me
the
one
updated?
moment.
Thane can do anything.
I could, but did we get an updated blue folder?
Yes.
Or I guess I can put
It
it
was
through
an
email,
email.
right?
His email,
Yeah,
3 p.m.
and that was without the youth commission, though.
It had the youth commission, the corrected email.
Yeah, but it's a separate, they're two separate emails.
The first one had the youth commission, the second one was corrected
Right.
with the other members.
We can have it in just a minute. Jane's going to throw it on the computer.
I think Zane.
Sure, to 2B, but I don't know how to
I say Zane's got 15
pop
minutes.
this out. But she's running late.
Zane and Jane are in a race. Yes.
That was the last, yeah. Second blue, the latest.
It would probably take me too long to log in, but.
11:52 a.m.
2B's up, but
With the change in blue font, correct?
Yes.
If you can show my screen.
Beat me to it.
you got it. Here, Councilmember Barron has it if you light up 2B. There you go. Oh, it was there for a second.
Give me one moment.
Well, look, I can walk through this.
There we go.
Thank you.
Somebody, yeah, that's somebody.
There you go.
Okay, so these are my recommendations for, well, looks like you got all the commissions there. I did have one that I sent out in error where I miscopied from another spreadsheet. So for budget and finance, Jerry Woodham is on his finished, has one more term left, so I'm advocating him continuing in that. Rodney Ramcharan, I had appointed to replace Councilmember Castle, which left us with no representation from District 3, but I'm recommending that we continue him into a full term. And then Trent Turner did interview with all of us the night that we had interviews. He's from District 3 and has qualifications related to budget and finance. So those are my recommendations on that commission. On the Harbor Commission, Lisa Falk was replacing me in an appointed position. I'm recommending her for long-term. And then we needed to replace Vicki Callahan, and I'm recommending Jamie Wyrick, who is the Commodore at Port Royal Yacht Club. But she fits one of the criteria we don't have filled so far on that commission, and that's the licensed realtor commission. I was trying to get some representation from other districts because it's all 1 and 2, but unfortunately, the most qualified candidates it is what it is here. I would ask the next time we do have one coming up next year, maybe you all can stir up somebody from North Redondo that would fit one of the criteria, which hopefully will be changing soon, and so we can get some North Redondo representation. On the Planning Commission, Rob Gaddis is finishing his first term. I'm recommending him for a second term. Julie Young was appointed to fill a vacancy, and I'm recommending her to fill to continue to fulfill a full term. And then on Public Works and Sustainability, Cindy Arata was completing her first term. This would take her into her second term. The Youth Commission, Paige, I'll let you talk to that if you don't mind, since you're on that
Brad
selection.
can chime in. We were able to interview the 26 candidates, 24. There were 26 that applied and 24 that came in for interviews. With the changes that we had made to the ordinance, we were opening it up to 7th and 8th graders as well, but we didn't have any that applied. We interviewed, there were current or former, not former, they were reapplying for the position, and many of them made it again to the commission. And again, this is a 2-year term. But we were thoughtful in how we allocated this. We wanted to make sure that there was some openings for future and 7th and 8th graders. So we do have 4 12th graders in this list that will graduate out, and then spots will be available. Representation from all the districts. They were very impressive candidates across the board. And it was hard to make decisions about not offering the opportunity for some of these students, but I'm really excited about all of these candidates. And we do have 2 Miracosta youth commissioners on this list, which is great because we still have residents that attend that high school. Brad, did you want to?
I guess what I would add is it's nice to see that we do have representation from some of the younger grades. We didn't get 7th and 8th, but we've got a couple of 9th graders, which means with the new way that this works, 2-year terms and being able to reapply, they could have, their entire career, their 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, all being on the youth commission. We've got a variety, it's a variety of kids. These aren't all the same kind of kid. They aren't all the strong leader that all said the same thing. So we've got different personalities, different kids with different goals. And as Paige said, it makes you feel confident for the way that this city can move forward when we look at the kinds of kids that we had applying for this and who we had to actually say no to.
Okay, thank you. So this is based on, because this is based on totally new criteria than we had last year, there's no real continuing or repeat. So that's why I didn't list it separately that way, because last year it was a totally different setup. We had people on what was it, advisory committee or an ad hoc committee?
Yeah, there was an
that
ad
was supposed to
hoc.
graduate to the full
Right, and they
commission.
weren't voting members.
And we
so-
totally changed that construct, and we expanded the ages, like you said.
And eliminated the adult members.
And you don't term it, well, we kept one, an advisor from the school board. And they don't really term out. They have 2-year terms, but they can serve until they graduate.
That's right.
So with that, I had no reason to change anything that you all recommended. So that's what's before you. Appreciate your consideration of these recommendations.
Motion to approve.
Second. Before we did, if I raise my hand.
I can't read
I'm
it.
sorry. I just thank you, Mayor, for the work you put into this, and certainly council members Waller and Kaladerovich with the Youth Commission. Well done. One question I did have was for Councilmember Kaladerovich, the District 3 person for Budget and Finance Commission. That's your district. That's your slot, so to speak. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, I spoke with Mr. Turner, and I think it adds a different perspective. I'm happy that he's obviously from District 3, that we don't have representation there. But yeah, I'm confident in his ability, and I'm happy with this.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
I guess the only thing I would want to add is if you note, you see the same last name, Ramcharan. So that is a father and daughter that we have serving as commissioners concurrently here. So it's a very active family in District 2 there.
Yeah, I noticed Cho, I assume that's Young's.
Yes.
And the mom actually applied for one of the commissions too.
Exactly, yes. She's been left out of this. Right. The competition in the family might be interesting.
She's going to have to join the King Harbor Yacht Club to make it on the commission.
No.
Exactly. I'm just kidding.
She wanted to serve on the arts.
Yeah. Yes.
There will be an opening next year. But we'll see who applies. So it was interesting, Rodney Ramcharan, I actually ran into him campaigning, and he asked how he could contribute. He's a PhD in economics, who's I think UCLA or
USC, he's a USC finance professor.
Yeah, so well qualified. So no, it's great to see the community want to contribute. So, and I appreciate the support of the council here. I'm assuming we get a positive vote. But before we do vote, anyone from the public wish to address this item? Do we have any cards?
No.
Mark Hansen, King Harbor voter. I won't go long because I think this thing's a slam dunk tonight, but great work on the Youth Commission. That's just great to see that being refreshed. I want to rise in strong support of Jamie Warwick. As you guys know from her resume, she's just wrapping up her Commodore year at Port Royal Yacht Club. That means she's been intensely involved down there for the last at least 3 years and probably before that. Something I didn't know that she was so involved with the South Redondo Facebook page that she created. I'd known her for a few years, and I sat down with her for about 2.5 hours, actually, and I was just so impressed by her. I could bring up a subject about the city or the harbor, and she'd just hop right on it and have things to say about it. And I did not know until that night just how deeply she was involved in the whole rest of the city. I love the idea that getting somebody from Port Royal Yacht Club, we've had good support on the commission from King Harbor Yacht Club, but we hadn't anybody from Port Royal lately. We had Deborah Jackson some years ago, and I always felt so good about that because I just knew she was there keeping them, in the loop, and now we're going to have that again with Jamie. So I simply rise in strong support. I think she's going to be a great addition to the commission. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Yes, Lee Collar, District 3, and a Harbor Commissioner. I just also want to echo Mark Hansen's endorsement of Jamie. I had the opportunity to talk with her at the same time, and she is well-versed in issues in the harbor and what's going on in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There's no one online and there's no e-comments.
Okay, well, I will call the vote, and please note that Councilmember Obaji has left the meeting. I'll call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Is that a aye?
Yes, aye.
Okay. Anybody against? Okay, it passes 4-0. Thank you. Thanks for your support. Okay, with that, we're not going to go back into closed session. So I will take a
Motion to adjourn until our next meeting at 4:30.
I'll read that off.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, so before I call the vote, the next meeting will be, closed session will be 4:30, regular session at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, August 19th, right here in City Hall. So with that, all four?
Aye.
Anybody against? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.